How's it going? I'll tell you how it's going. I'm tired. But it's okay. We go live. Oh my goodness. How are we going to do this? Okay. Watching Germany versus Hungary. Oh man, they're streaming. They're playing right now, right? I know I've been trying to watch the games as much as I can. So I haven't been streaming as much too when I should, because I'm also just watching the games with the misses, you know? Lower my volume a bit. So this is what we're gonna do. Let me see how we're gonna do this. We'll do this one for 2 hours. Just 2 hour read through, so we have a video for tomorrow morning, right? So we'll have a video for tomorrow morning, and then I'm gonna try and read like 2 more hours tonight off stream, maybe even more if I can. I don't think you can see it, but I've been packing, so I have a lot of my stuff. I took most of the stuff out of this place already. It's already out of this room. But we're gonna be gone Thursday to Sunday. This video is gonna premiere Tuesday, and then Tuesday is Ellis Seed. Then I'll try and have another like filler video for Wednesday. And then potentially, as long as I record on the back burner, one tonight we have another Shadow Slave video for Wednesday. And then if I keep recording tomorrow, Tuesday morning, then and go for like 4 hours, I should be able to have videos set up for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we'll be good. We'll be good. Don't worry, we'll be good. We're gonna have videos up. We'll have videos up. All right. Let's start. Let's just get right into it. All right. We're recording. All right. Hold up. Let's do this amazing, awesome 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 intro. This should be premiering Tuesday morning. We should hopefully be recording more tonight, Monday night. And then we're going to be out Thursday to Sunday. So my plan is read enough off stream over the course of Monday evening, Monday night, Tuesday to Wednesday. So I have videos ready to be scheduled between Thursday of July 2nd to Sunday of July 5th. Because we're going to be out for that 4th of July weekend. We're not going to be here. We're going to be out for 4 days. 4 days and 3 nights. But the plan is to still stream. Just if I stream, for people tuning in, the chapters might be a little out of place depending on what's been posted on the YouTube channel. If that makes any sense. Now, I'll shut up. Let's pause our timestamps and let's get right into it. Because I'll be honest, my brothers and sisters, we have not read in over a week. What the fuck was the last thing that happened? Sonny has his new armor. That was a while ago. We've teamed up with Cassie. That was a while ago. What is going on? We've been training Rain. Little Rainy. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's just read and fucking remember where we're at. Cause dude, it's been a week. I forgot the last chapter I read. Like, I remember what's going on, but I don't remember like the exact last chapter. He was showing Rain his secret lair. Basement. Yes, that sounds very weird and sus when you put it that way. Okay, let's read it. Pause, update, let's go. All right. That makes sense. This is why this fucking chapter is called Secret Lair. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Let me get my little mic stand. Got this bad boy in Japan. As I update my timestamp, the song will end right now. Fuck. Let me get the music ready. Dun, 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 dun. I think it ended. Alright. Music is looped. We are ready to go. We're fucking lock and loaded. Are we ready? Are we fucking ready? Let me sip my water and let's start. Put on my glasses. Yeah, man, I'm tired, man. I was working on my car for like 4 fucking hours, man. I cleaned my hands mostly. I changed, but like, fuck, I needed a shower. I was like, I don't have time to shower before stream, but here we are. It's all good. Let's get into it. Chapter 529. I hope you guys are having a really good day, by the way. Chapter 529 is called Secret Lair. The dojo was rather large and submerged in the absolute darkness. Sunny gave the home a command, and immediately bright light chased the darkness away, revealing the floor, walls, and ceilings that were covered by the heavy plates of armored ceramic alloy. Some of the plates already had cracks in them, which Sunny was painfully aware of. After all, those cracks had appeared as a result of Saint repeatedly slamming him against the floor, because they've been training down there, right? Simply looking at them made Sunny ache all over. I'm going to have to replace a few soon. He exited the elevator and walked over to the stand where the various practice weapons were kept. Those weapons were made out of reinforced synthetic materials to withstand the intensity of the awakened training and had cost him a fortune. Oh, reinforced weapons. Okay. This space, wait, I lost my place. It's fucking not even one chapter in. Sadly, Sunny had never even touched them since training with the real deal was far more effective. Behind him, Rain walked into the dojo and looked around with curiosity. The space looked dark and mysterious, like a lair of a mythical monster. Okay. Do you come here lots? And he gave her a short look. Of course I do. This is where I sleep. She was slightly surprised, but then seemed to understand the meaning of his answer. For a mundane human, such a shelter would only be useful if a gate open nearby, but awakened were more or less defenseless while in Dream Realm. They needed the protection of an underground bunker that could provide much more, since their empty bodies could be easily destroyed while the spirit wandered away. Her gaze traveled to the still sarcophagus of the sleeping pod and then moved past it. Suddenly, Rain's eyes brightened. Wow, is that a dreamscape pod? Sunny hesitated, surprised by her strong reaction. Sure, why? My super expensive sleeping pod is much more impressive. Why is she so fascinated by that silly thing? The teenage girl walked over to the alcove with the two machines and studied one of them with excited curiosity. The luxurious state-of-the-art sarcophagus received zero attention. Do you play often? He rolled his eyes and shrugged. From time to time, I guess. When I have time, dueling other Wiccan helps with my own training. Rain side with empty. That's cool. Some of my classmates have personal... They have that? They own this shit? Isn't it expensive? That's cool. Some of my classmates have personal Dreamscape pods too. They play the version for mundane humans, of course, but it also sounds amazing. Sunny smiled. What do you want to play? Rain looked at the pod for a few moments and slowly shook her head. When she spoke, her voice sounded too mature for her age. No, not really. It's only fun with friends. He frowned a little, then asked in a neutral tone, why don't you have friends? The teenage girl sighed and then turned away from the capsule. No, I used to have a lot in my previous school, but after my dad got me a spot in this one, I just got to study and go home. People are not that very friendly. Oh. What the fuck? Is it maybe because it's like a prestigious school? That's one way to put it. Sunny looked at her, then smiled wildly. Well, friends are overrated anyways. I never had any growing up, and look at me. Have I not turned out just fine? She did look at him, doubtfully clearly written on her face. Yeah, but... Sunny raised an eyebrow, but what? Rain lingered for a few moments, then asked curiously, don't you have a girlfriend? Sunny blinked, huh? Wait, what? What girlfriend? Don't tell me you think that Effie and I... Rain giggled. Actually, I did think that at the start, so I asked Effie, and she told me that you already have a girlfriend. I thought she was implying Nephis, but she's implying, the Saint. Okay. Sunny's eyes twitched. Damn, Effie, I'm really going to kill her. Better yet, I'll make Saint kill her. I'll make Saint kill her. How many times will she repeat the stupid joke about us before realizing that it isn't funny? It wasn't funny the first time, and it certainly is not funny the 100th. He opened his mouth to retort angrily. However, Rain's next words made him fall silent. She said that you bring her flowers every week and even visit her mom from time to time. I think it's very sweet. Oh, man, I'm about to cry. Sunny froze, staring at the teenage girl with a heavy expression, feeling that his reaction was a bit strange. Rain frowned. Did I say something wrong? He lingered for a few moments, then turned away. No, Effie just likes to run her mouth sometimes. She shouldn't have told you that. Not quite understanding what was happening, but feeling dark undertones in his voice, the teenage girl awkwardly smiled. Oh, did I just get Effie in trouble? Staring at the practice weapon, Sunny sighed. No, it's just that there is indeed a girl I bring flowers to when I can, but she is my girlfriend. Rain glanced at him in confusion, but why do you bring her flowers? Sunny turned around and looked at her darkly. Rain suddenly shivered, realizing that she had never seen Sunny acting this cold. Wow. No, you're okay, Alma. We just started. We're barely on chapter 1. Still so long, so I didn't... No, I didn't stall that much. No. Not like usual. But yeah, I get what you mean. It's because I made it out of the dream realm and she did not. Do you understand? The teenage girl thought for a few moments and paled a little and nodded. Sunny shook his head. I don't think you do. And hopefully you never will. With that, he shook a round shield and straightened practice sword off the wall. Closed his eyes for a moment and then forced an easygoing smile to appear on his face. Anyways, here's what you'll be training with from now on. This might be a bit heavy for you, but the weight will help you condition your body. What do you think? Still feeling a bit awkward, Rain took the weapons, weighed them in her hands, and cleared her throat. Actually, I prefer ranged weapons. That's what I've been mostly using in school. Sunny shook his head. Ranged weapons are wonderful, and you should definitely know how to use them. But they stop being wonderful as soon as a nightmare creature gets close to you, and believe me, they will. So you should learn melee combat first. Rain looked at him with a bit of stubbornness. But Knight from Nightingale is an archer, and he is a hero who has a true name. Oh gods, don't tell me my little sister is his fangirl too. Damn Kai, just you wait. Sunny stared at the teenage girl for a few moments, his expression unreadable. After a while, he said in a strange tone, Knight from Nightingale can fly. Can you? In any case, learn how to use the sword first. If you do, I'll get him to personally teach you how to shoot a bow. How about that? Rain laughed. Yeah, sure. Why don't you invite him for dinner as well while you're at it? I mean, we could. That'd be so fucking funny. After that, she covered her mouth with a palm and laughed even louder. Sunny sighed heavily, then shook his head. This child, she's hopeless, isn't she? He waited until Rain... That's pretty funny. He waited until Rain left and then said sternly, before we start, though, I'm going to ask you questions. She looked at him, turning back in her serious, studious self. Yeah? Sunny lingered for a few moments and then asked, what do you think the essence of combat is? Fucking kill or be killed, right? I mean, we learned that from Nephis herself. Timestamp? And let's just get right into it. 8 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry it took so long to start again. I've been so busy IRL. And then when I do have time, I'm like, I just chill for like an hour or so. Then I spend time with the missus or the dogs, you know? So I'm like, I watch an episode of like Witch Hat Atelier or another anime. And then I'm back to it. But chapter 530 is called Something Better. Better than what? Rain looked at him with serious expression, thinking. Inwardly, Sunny sighed. He still didn't know how to change her mentally and make her vicious enough to survive the dream realm. He didn't even know if he wanted to and if that was the right thing to do. At least she seemed to understand a little bit more about the truth of the world after surviving the gate opening. For now, that was going to have to be enough, and this conversation was his attempt to make the lesson stick. After a while, Rain said with uncertainty, survival. Sunny raised an eyebrow, looked at her with surprise. What were the chances that despite their different life experiences, his sister would answer the question the same way he did all that time ago in the desolate hell of the Forgotten Shore? Damn. He remained silent for a while, remembering those terrible, wonderful days. Then she shook his head. No, the essence of combat is murder. Oh, no, you have a life. How terrible. I know, I'm sorry. And that's been biting into her streams. I apologize for that, Steve. No, the essence of combat is murder. Rain shivered slightly. Murder? Sunny nodded. Of course, what else would it be? You have to kill your enemy or die. Either way, someone ends up murdered and someone ends up as a murderer. So the purpose of combat, murderer. So the purpose of combat training is to make sure that you're the murderer. It's really that simple. He paused and then added, survival is important, of course, but that can't be your primary goal. Such a goal is a terrible one to have. Even in life, it is not enough. You have to survive to continue living. But if you only live to survive, then what is even the point? More than that, if you don't strive for something bigger, something better, then you will only ever do what is required and nothing else. That's a pretty good life lesson. How dare you have a life easy? I know, I'm sorry guys, I've let you down. Which will make you weaker than those who want to dare and do more, and the weakness will cost you your life. His voice trailed off and Sunny suddenly fell silent. Rain looked at him in confusion. Sunny. He blinked a couple of times. Yeah, sorry. So, well, what do you think? I guess it's true that what they say, the best way to learn is to teach. That is true. While trying to impart some wisdom, like little as he did on his attentive student, Sunny had accidentally stumbled on the truth about his own desperate desire to grow stronger. Everything Sunny had told Rain could be applied to himself. He had long ago abandoned his singular desire to survive at all costs and now wanted much more. But what was his desire to live free and with dignity really comparable to Neff's passionate, emoting obsession? Would he really be able to surpass her while being driven by such a mundane goal? That gave Sunny a lot to think about. He glanced at Rain and then continued, mastery of combat can be divided into two aspects. Mastery of the body and mastery of the mind. Your body can be trained through experience, but your mind is much more tricky. If you can understand the true essence of combat, however, truly grasp it with your own core, then you will have enough clarity to master the mind. Sunny spent some time explaining the fundamental laws of combat, at least to the extent that he himself understood them. To Rain, in the end, he wasn't sure that she really grasped the knowledge he wanted to share it with her, but it was at least a start. Thinking back to his own tumultuous education, Sunny could really blame her. It was hard, or maybe even more impossible, to really understand the battle without experiencing it. He had met Nephis after surviving the first nightmare and several days of fighting for his life on the Forgotten Shore. Even then, it had taken being nearly killed by a Carpus Centurion for him to reach the state of clarity. There was no Carpus Centurions around, and Sunny certainly wasn't going to run her through with a sword. So from now on, this was going to have to do. After the verbal lesson, Sunny showed Rain a few basic stances and katas of Saint style, and watched her struggle to replicate them. The progress was slow, but she was really a talented kid. For now, what held her back most was her weak body. That will change when she becomes awakened, or when she becomes a sleeper. But that was okay. One couldn't expect a teenage girl to be as strong as an awakened. Her body could be trained. Of course, Rain was never going to be as strong as, wait, just the volume? Was never going to be as strong and resilient as a burly, abled body man. But then, neither was Sunny. Due to his low stature and lean build, he couldn't compete with the people like Castor and Master Rowan in terms of physical might. However, this could be mitigated by aspect abilities, absorbing fragments, and mastering the precise essence control. What's more, sharp weapons were the great equalizer. The purpose of a weapon was to reduce the amount of force one needed to apply to deliver a lethal blow. That makes sense. Unless one planned to beat their enemy to death with their fist, technique a pugilist? Get out of here. No. I will never play as a pugilist in video games. It's always like one of my bottom choices. I guess it depends. Unless one planned to beat their enemy to death with their fist, technique and skills were much more important than pure strength. And Saint's battle style could make the inherent disadvantage even slimmer. After a while, I scrolled down too much. Sunny judged that Rain had enough. The girl seemed to be sufficiently exhausted, and pushed further would not do her any good. He gestured for her to stop and placed the practice weapons back on the stand, then summoned the endless spring and offered it to the tired girl. Rain was breathing heavily, her pale face glistening with sweat. Noticing the beautiful glass bottle, she smiled with excitement. Wow, is that a memory? Oh, the ever-endless water? Sunny tilted his head a little. Sure, why are you asking? The girl grabbed the endless spring and studied it from all sides, then cautiously took a few sips. You don't get it. I've never seen a real memory up close before. It feels so real. Cause it is real. He stared at her in with bewilderment. Literally what I just fucking said. It is real. What are you talking about? Rain glanced. Did I update timestamp? Yes. Rain glanced at him with scorn, drank the water greedily, and then handed the endless spring back with a bit of reluctance. Did you get it after defeating some terrible monster, or bought it? Sunny frowned, hesitated for a few moments, and then said darkly, it was a gift, actually. She blinked a couple of times. Oh, from that friend of yours. He grimaced. No, not from a friend. Then Sunny dismissed. Damn, and he's telling the truth. That breaks my fucking heart, man. Cassie is not his friend. Then Sunny dismissed the endless spring and headed towards the elevator. Anyways, it's time for you to go, otherwise your parents might think that I have kidnapped you. Oh, he thought for a bit before saying, Aya, I have some ice cream in the fridge. We can eat it before you go. If you want, unless Effie had already devoured everything, of course. Rain giggled and followed him with a very pleased expression. Before entering the elevator, she threw one glance at the last Dreamscape pod and then suddenly asked, by the way, the dream... A fucking tournament? It's coming up already? Oh, people are gonna be so mad if we read this off stream. By the way, the dream tournament is in a few days. Are you participating? Sunny scoffed. Oh, it's gonna be so fucking hyped. Sunny scoffed and pressed the button, sending the elevator up. Do I look like I have the time to play with kids in a playground? I have real things to do, you know. Rain glanced at him and sighed. Yeah, I get it. What a pity, though. I heard the main prize this year are especially amazing. Oh. You wouldn't be able to win it, of course, but there are... This fucking shit. Oh, you wouldn't be able to beat them. Yeah, you're not that strong. You're not that up there, you know. You wouldn't be able to win it, of course, but there are many smaller rewards. Sunny's expression subtly changed. This greedy motherfucker. He's like, what's the main prize? Oh, this sounds hype. As the doors opened, he looked at Rain, remained silent for a moment, and then asked in a very disinterested voice, "Oh, really? There are prizes, huh? How curious. What what kind of prizes are we talking about exactly?" Yeah. This dude is like, what's the prize? So this shit is called the Dream Tournament? Oh, hell fucking yeah. It's gonna be a fucking sick-ass arc, huh? Oh, no wonder you guys wanted me to read this shit a lot. I'll do this, for sure. No, don't worry, we're gonna keep going. I'll be honest, I think we're gonna split the 2-hour stream into 2-part videos, just so we have videos up, right? But don't worry, we'll still hopefully be live later tonight and read more. But I just want to prepare and have at least 4 videos for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That way there's no, like, drought for Shadow Slave videos. So there, yeah. But so like at the 1 hour mark on the recording, or like 1 hour into stream, we'll be like, all right, guys, we're gonna do our outro, but we're gonna keep going. Dream Tournament. Oh, that sounds exciting. Let me quickly just check my phone. I don't know if that was the missus that texted me. Don't worry, we're still here. Just taking a quick glance. It was not the missus, and my dumbass almost read that out loud. Why would I do that? Easy. What are you doing? Chapter 531 is called Dream Tournament. Some time later, Sunny saw Rain out, watched as she walked away, and then calmly closed the door. As soon as she did, however, his placid expression evaporated. What the hell? How come I didn't know about this? Hastily taking in his communicator, he accessed the network and searched for information about the Dream Tournament. A few minutes later, he sat down on a chair, a little stunned. What is this insanity? Oh, man. He's kind of insane. Of course he'd fucking join. Sunny knew, of course, that the Dreamscape duels were a popular form of entertainment, both among the Awakened who participated in them and among the mundane humans who followed their favorite duelists and created boisterous fan clubs, and that would explain the crazy, lucrative rewards, right? However, Mama, you don't understand. I fucking love tournament arc. OG Dragon Ball's tournament arc was so good, bro. Fucking any tournament arc. Return of the Mount House Sect had such a good tournament arc at the end of season 1. Hunter x Hunter, Yu Yu Hakusho, tournament arcs. Tournament arcs are my life essence. The tuning exams, it's the thing that fuels me. I hear tournament art and I'm fucking locked in. However, he had no idea that even the Great Clans paid attention to this illusionary game. Apparently, the creator of the Dreamscape held a big tournament each year, and each year one of the Great Clans, either Valor, Song, or Knight, sponsored the prize. I'm getting lightheaded. I'm actually not even kidding. I fucking love a tournament arc. It's such a good trope that it's so fucking cool. I should probably keep my glasses on so I can read. Valor, Song, or Knight sponsor the prize pool. Participants who managed to achieve... So the 3 Great Clans would sponsor the... I love the training exams. Bro, dude, I was fucking there, bro. Cartoon Network, day fucking 1 English dub. Fuck. Like, yo. Oh my god. In fucking insane, dude. Those were the days, bro. Those were the fucking days. And then also Toonami. Fuck. I was there, bro. I lived it. Either Valor, Song, like I was in the stand with everybody during the tune-in exams, bro. I saw that shit, bro. Either Valor, Song, or Knight sponsor the prize pool. Participants who managed to achieve the good results were able to receive cash prizes, memories, or even echoes. Oh my god. 30-second tangent. You know how in the tune-in exams, like Naruto and the whole gang, they'll be up there on the like the second floor looking over the ledge, right? When I was watching the tuning exams, I was doing the same thing. I won't say where, but I was in the second floor somewhere, and like I was looking down at the screen on the bottom floor when the tuning exam was happening, and like, bro, I felt like I was part of the audience looking down there, man. Insane. It's so fucking immersive, bro, when you're like a child watching that shit. The rewards for the finalists were especially generous and came directly from the Great Clan's armory. They were also of the Ascended rank. What's up, bro? How you doing? Sunny trembled, his eyes burning with avarice. avarice. That's a good word. I'm gonna have to use them with vocabulary. No, think about it rationally. The great clans were obviously after a straightforward goal, keep an eye on the rising talents among the unaffiliated Awakened, but did it matter? Sunny had already failed to keep his fake persona under the radar. Anyone who paid attention to Dreamscape had to at least heard about Mongrel. What else was there to even think? Free goodies, that's what it is. Completely forgetting about his previous disdain for the tournament, Sunny got completely absorbed by the prospect of receiving memories free of charge. He was almost drooling, and if free memories weren't enough, there was another reason for why this tournament now seemed very alluring to him. What else is there besides that? For the past months, all the crazy people he can fight. For the past months, Sunny had participated in hundreds of duels in various arenas. His goal was to absorb as many styles as possible to reinforce the foundation of Shadow Dance and make it more efficient. This way, he hoped to achieve the next level mastery over his elusive battle art. Not all battle arts were made the same. Some were simple and straightforward, while others were complex and unique. The more unique a style was, the harder it was for Sunny to gain insight into the principles. It was not like he had a magical ability to peer into the very essence of a style. This ability of his was more or less mundane, based on his own talent, mastery, sensitivity, the shadows, so he also had been working diligently to create a sizable library of simpler styles, which would in turn improve his capacity to discern the patterns of more complicated ones with sufficient speed. After all styles were conducted out of the same basic elements. The more basic patterns he knew, the easier it was to understand various styles on the fly. However, the quality of his opponents in Dreamscape arenas was not that high for obvious reasons. True talent had better things to do than play games, except join this tournament, right? The more basic patterns he knew, the easier it was to understand various styles on the fly. However, the quality of his opponents in Dreamscape arenas was not that high. For obvious reasons, true talents had better things to do than play games. I just got stuck in a time loop and read the same fucking paragraph. I am so sorry. Most of them also belonged to the legacy clans who lived by a different set of rules. In the world of legacy, strength and talents were not something to boast about. Renown only served to make the enemy aware of your weakness. In that regard, hidden tigers of the legacy clans were much more like Sunny, remaining in the shadows until it was time to deliver a lethal strike. That was why his progress had already stalled lately. These days, the only worth opponent he could find were a few rare, eccentric, and rare gems here and there, not nearly enough to satiate Mongrel's hunger for a variety of distinct battle styles. What's more, at the highest levels of the Awakened battle style, were not the only physical movements and minds anymore. They were weaved unique patterns of essence control into the technique too, which Sunny couldn't perceive and was only able to infer from indirect clues. Sadly, he wasn't exposed to a lot of opponents practicing such styles in the arena. The tournament was going to change, however, with a valuable prize added into the mix. People would only usually not waste their time in the Dreamscape were bound to show up, lured by the scent of rare memories and echoes. Even people from lesser legacy clans would, without a doubt, be tempted to participate. A powerful ascended weapon or armor could change their lives too, so Sunny could kill two birds with one stone, compete for the prizes, and enrich his library styles at the same time. Forget it, I'd be a fool to miss this chance. Okay, good. Even knowing what a headache it would be to bring even more exposure to Mongrel, Sunny couldn't let such an opportunity go. Plus, he had free time while Effie and Kai were traveling to the Chained Isles. Scrolling through the feed, he started reading everything he could find about the upcoming tournament. Bro, what are the fucking prizes? Several days later, Sunny looked at the door. I'm sorry, are we going straight into the fucking dream tournament? What? Several days later, Sunny locked the door of his house, descended into the basement, and approached the Dreamscape pod. As soon as he entered the fake black void, the familiar pleasant voice greeted him. Welcome back to the Dreamscape, Challenger Mongrel. Sunny didn't pay any attention to it and briefly looked at his status. Mongrel fucking victories 813, defeats 0. I'm gonna be shocked the day he actually loses in here and he has like one fucking loss. That'd be insane. With a quiet sneer, he turned to several images floating in the boundless darkness in front of him. There were arenas he had access to, and by now there were significantly more of them than had been at the start. Today, however, the list looked different. The images of the arena were pushed to the sides, and a new one appeared in the very middle. It was completely white with a golden shape of an olive reef depicting beneath two I'm sorry, are we in the tournament already? Beneath the two shining words, Dream Tournament. Sunny lingered for a moment, summoning the Mount of the Underworld in Weaver's Mask, and then stepped towards the image. I'm sorry. We're going in already? Really? Already? It's like tournament. We're in. Really? I need to change my thumbnail. We gotta clickbait people so that you can watch. Like, we gotta put the reading until we pass out thumbnail. Hold up. Grab popcorn? Oh my god, hold up. Give me like 24 minutes to fucking update my popcorn. You know what? We're gonna keep reading, but the 2-hour mark into stream, I am gonna take like a 15-minute break. I'm gonna go eat a burger that I have ready. I'm gonna just reheat it. And once I'm done, then we'll be back. And we're gonna fucking keep going. Let me change my thumbnail. Give me a sec. Let's hang out for a little bit. Just give me a sec while I update this thumbnail, okay? I'll be super quick, super quick. One sec. Let me unlock my phone and not reveal anything as we go into our gallery. Then we go into CapCuts. All right. All right, we gotta clickbait people. We're gonna have that thumbnail that says we're streaming until we pass out, even though we're only gonna go for like 4 to 5 hours, right? Hold up. Let me do math. If we keep going, we can go for like 6 hours if we keep going. Hold up. We can... hold up. Tournament arc. Hold up. Okay. Okay. What color should the tournament arc be? Let me move myself. My dogs are being psychos right now. Valid excuse for a break. Let me move this right here. The tournament arc. Hold up. Let me put my phone on do not disturb in case I get accidental text. So, should we make this part tournament arc in yellow? I think yellow would be fitting, right? Let's try yellow. Hold up. Let me get that yellow color. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. We gotta clickbait people, guys. We gotta do it. Today's the day. Hold up. Super quick. Super quick. I got you. I got you guys. Right here. Picking our color. We're gonna fucking keep going, man. I was gonna fucking stream 2 hours. It's gonna be a long ass stream today, then. But we gonna fucking keep going. We gonna fucking keep going, guys. I hope you're fucking free. I hope you guys got nothing to do today. Because I will sacrifice today. And then I can do all my last minute stuff tomorrow. Because I am going to be out for a few hours tomorrow. Okay. Screenshotting. Let me crop this thumbnail. We're going to update this bitch. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Dun, 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 dun. Oh wait, I fucked up. I'm missing the live thing. Hold up. Almost done, guys. Almost done. Count 30 seconds and we'll be done. Just crop the live thing over my head. Take a new screenshot. Okay, good. Okay. Now let me go back to my gallery, screenshot this new picture. We're gonna edit this bad boy, crop, rectangle, 16 by 9, horizontal, get that nice little beautiful crop, beautiful. Let's go, and then we're gonna put our phone in light mode, just so we can make sure we're cropping everything perfectly. And we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, and now we go on YouTube, right? And then we gotta search, dude, guys, is it weird that I do all my fucking thumbnails for my phone? I have never once until this day, since doing YouTube, have done a fucking thumbnail on my PC. I just do it from my phone and call it a day. Don't worry, I'm gonna switch to my face cam right now. I have never once done a thumbnail. All my thumbnails have only ever been on my phone, you know? Okay. Long stream. Shadow Slave bottom 3 reaction. Tournament arc. Okay. Now we keep going. But the recordings are still going to be an hour split. Okay. We have updated our thumbnail, and we should now be successfully clickbaiting people to join. Oh man, I gotta watch my own ad though. Hold up. Okay, it's updated. Okay, we're good. Now we keep going. Dude, I got so excited the second I heard fucking tournament art. Oh wait. Should I make a Discord announcement? Right? Should I make a Discord announcement? Hold up. Let me make a Discord announcement. Everyone. Oh my god. Everyone. Reading Shadow Slave Tournament Arc. Join now. And then we're gonna share this. We're gonna put that bad boy right there. And now we're good. There you go. Damn, that's a good thumbnail. All right, now we've made an announcement. W clickbait. There you go, man. W clickbait. We also posted on Discord. Well, we're gonna keep going now, and then I'll just take my little lunch break when it's time to eat. Woo! All right, this stream is gonna go a lot longer than we planned for, but the videos are still gonna be an hour each, just to compensate for a 4-day break. But chapter 532. Wait, I should change the music. Fuck. I should play Dredge. No? What do I play? Griffith Tyler? We can play for a little bit. Alright, we'll see how it sounds. Does it sound good for you guys? As long as we adjust the volume. Was never. And now we're good. But alright, we'll see how it sounds. Does it sound good for you guys? As long as we adjust the volume. It's okay. We'll just loop it. If it's too early for the song, you guys let me know. Well, okay, we'll play Griffith Tyler for a little bit and we'll see how it goes. Music should hopefully ramp up in a bit. Chapter 532, Ancient Forest. The golden reef disappeared and Sunny found himself facing two new images. One, a knight in a suit of polished armor was depicted holding a bloodied sword. On the other, I lost my glasses. On the other, a warrior in an archaic armor was shown standing back to back with the knight, a slender huntress drawing her bow behind them. The pleasant voices announced, "Challengers, select your dreams." Several words appeared above the images. Dream of glory, dream of camaraderie. Camaraderie? Oh my god. Camaraderie? My god.
Dream of glory, dream of camaraderie.
Of camaraderie, that's what it meant. What's with the bells and whistles? Sunny rolled his eyes. The choice were very simple. One images was going to send him into the eventual competition, while the other was meant for cohorts. The dream tournament was basically two separate tournaments happening at the same time. This way, those awakened who didn't have combat aspects could also participate and earn rewards. It was a good system. Sunny had no intention of searching for a cohort, so he simply chose the image of the lonely knight and closed his eyes. Unlike the usual Dreamscape duels, the tournament included various battle modes. There were also, they got a whole fucking PvP multiplayer mode. Holy shit, it's like a Call of Duty lobby. You got fucking team deathmatch, free for all, fucking search and destroy. Like, they got it all, bro. They were also broadcasted and happened at the schedule, so he had to wait for the first qualifier round to start. Starting in darkness, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little excited. Challenger, draw your weapon, prepare. Only the best will survive. Bro, what the fuck? I did not think we were reading a tournament arc today. A bright light suddenly shone from above, and he found himself in the middle of a lush forest. Oh, the scenes change. We're not fighting in a coliseum. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, shit. Okay, now the title makes sense. He found himself in a lush forest. All around him, ancient trees swayed lightly, their leaves rustling in a gentle wind. Some distance away, a tranquil lake glistened in sunlight, and from its clear waters, a breathtakingly beautiful castle rose into the sky. The castle was built out of gray stone and was of as large as a city. Its ancient walls, scared by 1,000 sieges that it had withstood, still those scars could not diminish the ethereal beauty of the great forests. The arena was vast and encompassed all of the forest. There was no other awakened near Sunny, not for a good reason. The qualifying rounds for the Dream Tournament was held in the form of a grand battle royale. Oh, I was pretty good. I would always get my winner chicken dinner in PUBG, so I'm pretty good at these battle royales. 1,000 challengers were sent into a large environment, and only the last one standing would be allowed to move on. Depending on their performance, a few more people could also gain entry into the tournament, but only concrete method to qualify was to beat the solo survival. This was a necessary measure implemented into the last few years because of the sheer amount of participants. Arranging and broadcasting so many individual duels was not very practical or profitable, especially considering that most of these awakens were not very skilled. The Battle Royale was meant to weed out the weak and create an exciting show for the viewers. Sunny knew this, of course, because he had done some research in the past couple of days. He didn't need to research to recognize where he was, though. Wow, it's even more beautiful in real life. Who didn't know Oh, this is Bastion. Bastion is an ancient forest locale. Okay. Who didn't know Bastion? This year, Clan Valor sponsored the tournament, so it's located in Bastion. Or like a dreamscape Bastion. So the arena was designed to resemble the seat of their power, Great Bastion, one of the 3 most popular human citadels in the Dream Realm. Sunny had never been to the ancient castle, but its image was ubiquitous in popular culture, so he recognized it instantly. So this must be the Lake of Bones. Then, I forgot to loop the song. We'll change it a bit. All around him was the ancient cursed forest of the Anvil of Valor had destroyed. These days, of course, the landscape surrounding Bastion was very different. Instead of a lush forest, it was surrounded by a sea of ash and charred remains of the dreaded Titan, with human forts built here and there to repel the powerful nightmare creatures from wandering close to the citadel. Let me loop it. Basically, he's in the garden of a castle from one of the first couple of games of the Final Fantasy franchise. Man, we'd be playing a lot of... I've played a lot of Final Fantasy, so I can see this. Go to the castle, you talk to the king, you get your mission on the crystal, you know, you got the Hero of Light in the garden. Yeah, I've seen it. But thanks to the dreamscape, Sunny got to enjoy the way this place had looked before, vibrant and pristine. The only difference was that there was no harrowing darkness hiding behind the veil of false tranquility. Ah, how nice. I wonder if there will eventually be a Final Fantasy reference, by the way, Alma. Compared to the Chained Isles, it was a nice change of pace. Just as he thought that, the voice of the dreamscape suddenly announced, Challenger Mongrel number 19... I'm sorry, was he eliminated? Oh! There are 19 other fake fucking mongrels. Since mongrel is taken, they're like mongrel. So, oh, there's probably like mongrel number 2, mongrel number 3. Now there's mongrel number 19. A fucking disgrace to the name mongrel. How fucking dare they? Challenger Mongrel 19 was eliminated. Sunny tilted his head. Well, that was fast. Also, what's up with the alias? Alias, shaking his head, he commanded the Soul Serpent to assume the form of the Odachi and calmly headed deeper into the forest. It was time to start hunting. I'm sorry, is this German Sparrow? We're going hunting or what? On the official broadcast channel, the image of an eliminated player was shown briefly. Then a rather light-hearted voice spoke. What a kill. Just a few seconds after start, and we already have a casualty. Let's all wish Mongrel number 19 better luck next year. An avatar of an exquisitely handsome young man appeared in the corner. Is it fucking Kai? Of a young man appeared in the corner of the broadcast, glancing at the camera with a bright smile. He continued, and so the 5th annual Dream Tournament has begun. Yes, it's me, Cyclist, your favorite commentator and nightmare creature expert. Hold the applause. Heh. Guys, I have a big surprise for you. Guess who decided to join me in the commentator booth today? The young man paused and then gestured to the other side of the screen, where an older man with a sharp feathers and deep eyes and a short beard appeared. That's right, you're not hallucinating. It's Dimmy, the great lore master and former Dream Champion. Give him a warm welcome. Oh, he was last year's winner? As a deluge of messages flooded the chat, the older man smiled. Hey everyone, Cyclist meanwhile spoke again. We have a couple of minutes before the real action starts, since challengers need some time to find each other in this beautiful arena. So while we wait, I have a couple of questions for Dimi. He glanced at the broadcast with swished How's the music? Music isn't too loud, right? He glanced at the broadcast, with switched between various awakened traveling through the forest. Some of them were well equipped and looked skilled, while others less so. First of all, this year we had a record number of fighters signing for the tournament. What are your thoughts of that as a veteran Dreamscape and duelist Dimmy? The older man smiled. It's nice to see more Awakened talking to the illusionaries. I scroll down way too fucking much. It's nice to see more Awakened taking up an illusionary sword. Some of them might even know how to use one. Of course, I have to give a lot of credit to the generosity of the Great Clan Valor. They have really outdone themselves with the prizes this year. No, I am not salty, not at all. He wished he had this opportunity. No, I am not salty, not at all. Sickles laughed and then threw a mischievous glance at his colleague. All right, then I'll ask you the question that I am sure is on everyone's mind. As an expert, who do you think will win the tournament, and who do you think will win, and why is it Mongrel? That is so funny. They're like, yeah, Mongrel's gonna win. That's funny. Timestamp. Fucking Battle Royale. Holy fucking shit. Should our thumbnail be PUBG Battle Royale? Or the fucking Gulag? Like, what's our thumbnail gonna be? Favorite? What's the most popular Battle Royale? I mean, when I played them, it was PUBG. I know Fortnite started it. I don't know if I want to use a Fortnite thumbnail. Maybe a PUBG thumbnail? I don't know. Maybe like a Warzone thumbnail when they're falling down. Well, we'll figure it out. Oh, wow. I forgot to update it. Chapter 533 is called the Battle Royale. Let me change this. Battle Royale. As the commentator mentioned a Mongrel, the feed changed to the image of the menacing figure in the black armor calmly walking through the forest. The blade of the infamous Odachi resting on its shoulder, the light pits of the demonic mask's eyes stared directly into the camera, as if there was nothing but darkness beneath it. As soon as Mongrel appeared on the screens, the chat exploded. Yes, oh man, everybody's going crazy. Yes, it's Mongrel. Hail to the Lord. Huh, who is Mongrel? You mean hail to the lady. Demi laughed. Ah, yes, this guy. Well, Mongrel is a really impressive fighter, but the results may not be as predictable as everyone thinks. Every year, the same thing happens. At the later stages of the tournament, two distinct groups clash. One is the Dreamscape elites, and the other is the newcomers attracted by the rewards. Historically, the newcomers tend to do better. The newcomers do better than Dreamscape elites? He sighed and shook his head. Plus, we don't really know a lot about Mongrel. Sure, he was very impressed. He has a very impressive track record, but most of his wins were achieved against random opponents. Who knows what will happen when he faces the best of the best. If I were to bet, my money is still on Queen Bee. If anyone has a chance against the newcomers, it should be her. Sickles nodded a few times, expressing his enthusiastic agreement. Sure, but still. Returning to Mongrel, everyone is dying to know who really is under that scary mask. And if anyone knows anything about it, Dimmy, don't know that you must have your guesses. The older man smiled, his eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. Funny you should ask. Actually, I do have a theory. What is this incorrect theory of his? Challenger Lord Corvus was eliminated. Challenger Fry was eliminated. Challenger Irax was eliminated. Sunny stared at the three corpses at his feet, which were already turning into a flood of white sparks. It was, dude, Sunny, bro, I did not know we were reading a fucking tournament arc. Holy shit, dude, I am excited. These three Awakened attacked him as a group, and while their skill was not bad and even admirable, he had no problem dispatching the trio in the span of a minute. The fact that they had managed to remain in life for more than several seconds was already an excellent result, considering who their enemy was. Flourishing the Odachi in the air, Sunny shook the drops of blood off his blade and continued walking. Technically, he didn't have to clean his blade, since the blood was bound to turn into sparks of light and disappear too. How long did you start? Like 30 minutes, probably. Yeah, 30, 40 minutes? Technically, he didn't have to clean his blade since the blood was bound to turn into sparks of light and disappear too, but that was already a habit of his, not to mention being extremely cool. Truth be told, the short skirmish was not as easy as he had made it look. The Awakened were dangerous enemies, since each of them possessed a unique aspect. They were cunning, resourceful, and unpredictable. That's why he had to act swiftly, making the fight appear much more brutal than it should have been. Currently, Sunny wasn't using any of his shadows to augment himself. He had decided against it for a long time ago, since being able to crush his opponents with brute force was detrimental to his main goal, polishing his battle technique and learning various styles. So the gloomy shadow was currently behaving like a normal shadow would, while the other two were wrapped around the autumn leaf. The memory he used to, I forget what was the autumn leaf? Oh, change the color. The memory he used to change the color of his hair, since it had no other purpose, the augmentation did not give him any advantage. His hair must have looked gorgeous, though. Snickering. His hair is beautiful with 2 shadow augmentations. Snickering under the mask, Sunny jogged forward. He was in a rush to eliminate as many other players as he could before the first leaderboard announcement was made. Meeting the group of 3 allied Awakened reminded him of the inherent problem with the Battle Royale format of the qualifying rounds. As soon as true powerhouses revealed themselves, weaker participants were bound to band together and start hunting them down. Very soon, there could be a dozen fighters launching a coordinated attack on him, or even more. Sunny was confident of his skill, but not to that degree, even for a battle-hardened veteran like him. Someone who had spent hundreds of days fighting for his life in the darkest depths of the Dream Realm. Such a fight would not be easy, but he would be able to do it. This Battle Royale is going to be much more intense than I have expected. Before Sunny could finish his thought, an ancient tree next to him suddenly exploded into a cloud of splinters, and something sharp shot at him with incredible speed, crushing as he dashed and barely dodged out of the way. The next moment, a giant arrow whistled past him and embedded itself into the trunk of another tree. It trembled shaft as long as he was tall. Sunny rolled over his shoulders and glanced at the arrow, then lunged into a sprint. Curses, a sniper. Oh, shit. A second later, another giant arrow fell from the sky, almost skewering him to the ground. Sunny gritted his teeth and continued running. Should I be playing different music, or are we good? Let's play Loop Hero. Let's do this. On the countless screens, an image of a broad-shouldered young man was shown drawing the strings of an oversized bow. His mighty muscles strained, and when he released the string, a thunder sound rolled down the slopes of a tall hill of the archer was standing on. Meanwhile, the 2 commentators were not paying him attention, and so I can say without a shout that Mongrel is not, in fact, one of the Forgotten Shore survivors. Oh, he is so wrong. But actually the son of a secret child of the legendary Nightwalker, the founder of the House of Night. Well, that is my theory anyways, and your game theory is fucking wrong. The only reason I don't play anime music, Sunny, is because then the videos usually get demonetized. Yeah. I mean, I want to. I've been wanting to play like Hunter x Hunter, or like fucking music from Naruto, shit like that. But I figure like I probably can't. I can't get away with it. Either the video will get blocked in regions, or the video gets demonetized, but I feel like it mostly get blocked in regions. Maybe not from what our demographic is, right? But who knows? That's the only reason I've been staying away from those. And just sticking to like game tracks. Sickles glanced at Dimmy with a wide smile, then turned the conversation back to the skirmishes in the ancient forest, which were starting to happen more frequently and grow in intensity. Is that so? Well, the secret grandchild seems to be in big trouble. Despite Mongrel's savage victory over the 3 other challengers, now he seems to be in the crosshairs of one of the newcomers you spoke about earlier. Let's take a look. The feed changed to the image of Mongrel running swiftly through the woods, dodging one giant arrow after another. His movements seemed steady and precise, as though he had a second pair of eyes at the back of his head. Sickles glanced at the indifferent black mask and involuntarily shivered. Wow, look at that. What a commendable feat to maintain calm and composure in such a tricky situation. It's almost as if Mongrel is not afraid of anything, not even being bombarded by a rain of enchanted arrows, each of them powerful enough to pierce a fallen monster through. Truly, that must have nerves of steel. I wonder what he is thinking about right now. He's like, oh shit, what do I do? What the hell? How's this fair? Crap, this is bad. This is so bad. I don't want to die so soon. What the spell am What the spell am I even supposed to do? Panicking and sweating under the mask, Sunny dodged one arrow after another and cursed nonstop. He had no idea who was shooting at him. How were they able to aim through the thick canopy of the ancient tree, and where they were? All he could do was run, dodge, and pray to the dead gods that he survives this devastating barrage. Luckily, a few moments later, he noticed a rock outcropping not too far away with a deep ravine hiding behind it. Dashing forward, he evaded another giant arrow and slid down the slope of the ravine. Reaching its bottom, he waded through the thick carpet of the fallen leaves and pressed his back against the rocks, finally safe from the relentless sniper. Only then could Sunny finally catch his breath and look around. However, as soon as he did, a dark grimace appeared on his face. Damnation. Oh, wow, it is early. I am so sorry. As fate would have it, he was not alone in this ravine. Growing in frustration, Sunny gripped the hilt of the Odachi and once again dodged. A few moments later, the pleasant voice resounded over the ancient forest. Challenger Agik was eliminated. Oh, we got tournament arc. Yeah, I know, man. We're here. I'm fucking excited for this fucking tournament arc. I wonder, so was the guy that died the one with the arrows? A few moments later, the pleasant voice resounded over the ancient forest. Challenger Agik was eliminated. Demonic sword. Timestamp? 40 minutes. Let me do this. 534. Chapter 534 is called Demonic Swordsman. Sunny remained in the ravine for a few moments, considering his options and hoping that the unknown archer would have to shift to another target. Oh, he's going to be locked on him, huh? He is not going to take his eyes off Sunny. He had already revealed his ability to teleport during the gate battle, but the quality of the recording hid the details of how he would be able to do it. With a crystal clear picture of the Dream Tournament broadcast, though, Sunny couldn't risk using Shadow Step again, even if he really, really wanted to. Oh, so he actually has to kind of handicap himself, even if he really wanted to. Neither could he send a shadow to scout the position of the archer what left him in a bind. The best option would have been to stay hidden for a while. Aura farming, it's funny how since no one can see his expressions, do everything think his... it's funny, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because they can't see how he's fucking sweating and panicking under their mask, they're like, oh, he is so composed, he is so badass, but he's like, back. To the best option would have been to stay hidden for a while, but luck was really not on his side today. Shortly after he had defeated the other Awakened, taking shelter in... Oh, it was an Awakened taking shelter in the ravine. Taking shelter in the ravine, the sound of the rustling leaves suddenly changed, and so an ominous darkness suddenly moved between the roots of the ancient tree. As more and more people were eliminated, the remaining challengers were bound to start having trouble finding new opponents in the vast arena. So the arena was... okay, so it is like it is PUBG. So the arena was designated to grow smaller as time went by. This year, it seemed the players would be forced to move towards the center by the fact that the beautiful forest was slowly turning back to its true nature. That of a giant, abominable flesh-devouring titan. Great, this is just goddamn great. Pushing off the rocks, Sunny cursed and started climbing up the slope. Sometime later, full of annoyance with sparks of light falling off his armor, he walked out of the cover of the trees and entered a small clearing. There, in Awakened and lustrous brass armor, stood above the disintegrating corpses of two others. Holding a heavy war hammer in his hands, a few steps away from him, another was bandaging a shallow cut of the forearm. The man... one sec. We're good. Spam call. The man threw one glance at Sunny and rolled his eyes. Great, another mongrel impersonator. Another one. Oh, wait, I skipped the thing. Sometime later, full of annoyance, with sparks of light falling off his armor, he walked out of the cover of the trees and entered a small clearing. There, in Awakened, lustrous brass armor stood above the disintegrating corpses of two others. Holding a heavy warhammer in his hands, a few steps away from him, another was bandaging a shallow cut on his forearm. The man threw one glance at Sunny and rolled his eyes. Great, another mongrel impersonator. Before he could finish speaking, oh, he thought Sunny was impersonating. Great, another mongrel impersonator... ... Before he could finish speaking, though, the blade of the Odachi pierced through his throat, sliding precisely between the lip of the brass breastplate at the bottom edge of the helmet. As the body of the Awakened hit the ground, his partner looked at Sunny with wide eyes. A battle axe fell from his hand. Oh crap, you're actually him. But the girl turned around and tried to run, but before she could, Sunny was already upon her, ending her participation in Battle Royale with one swift strike. Challenger Abel was eliminated. Challenger Wayne was eliminated. Sunny sighed and remained motionless for a bit, resting. He was more than a little bit tired, but the worst was still to come. Suddenly, the sound of the trumpets rolled across the ancient forest, and the pleasant voice of the dreamscape announced, only 500 challengers remained. Bravest warriors are Dark of the Maharana clan? Warriors are Dar of the Maharana clan, 78 kills. 78 kills? Fire Shining, 33 kills. Mongrel, 27 kills. Sunny stared at the sky, the black mask hiding a grim expression on his face. 78 kills. G. Who is that monster? She sounds fucking scary. Or he. I don't know. I'm sorry. I was implying. This guy sounds terrifying. He had a hunch that he already knew. Defeating his own 27 opponents had not been exactly time-consuming, but looking for them was. Who wouldn't need to waste precious minutes prowling the woods in search of the enemies to kill, though? Maharana. Thank you. That is definitely a tongue twister. A damned archer with a strange ability to sense his targets across the vast... the guy of Maharana is the archer. A damned archer with a strange ability to sense his targets across vast distances and through any obstacle, perhaps. I need to step up my game. I figure once the arena gets smaller, the Maharana person will be at a disadvantage, right? It wouldn't do for Lord Mongrel to lag behind some legacy prince. As if to answer his thoughts, a dozen figures suddenly appeared from behind the trees surrounding him. These awakens were armed with all kinds of weapons, looking at him with satisfied expressions. It seems that they had planned to ambush really well. Sunny had nowhere to retreat and no chance to escape, and since the midway results had been announced just a few seconds ago, it was obvious that there was at least one person with some sort of clairvoyant ability among them. Otherwise, no one was supposed to be able to pinpoint his location this early in the battle. What else did that bastard know? Sunny sighed. One of the ambushers took a step forward and smiled. Sorry, Mongrel. All of us really respect you, especially after you risk your life to hold that gate. But those Valor weapons are just too weak, and we need to think about ourselves. No hard feelings, right? Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. Once we kill him, Mongrel's like, no hard feelings, right? I hope he says that. The menacing figure in the black armor stared at the young man for a few moments, and then an elusive but strangely familiar voice resounded from beneath the fearsome mask. None whatsoever. Inwardly, though, Sunny was not at all calm. Bastards, lowlife, scoundrels, 12 against 1. Where's your shame, thugs? He's like, none whatsoever, but Under's like, fucking bastards, dude. Bastards, low-life scoundrels, 12 against 1. Where's your shame, thugs? Come here, then, you damn cowards. I'm gonna kill you, and then your grandmas. Wow. Just a moment later, the ambushers obliged, all kinds of aspect abilities activated at once, turning the small clearing into a furious storm of deadly elements and steels. Oh crap. Oh no, it seems like Mongrel is in trouble. Cyclist glanced at the sea of the outraged comments and then back at the broadcast. Both he and Demi were glued to the screen, even forgetting to do their jobs, and filled the silence with informative or entertaining chatter. They're just fucking shocked. Did it lag? It says it's good right now on my end. None whatsoever, and then everything exploded into a brutal sympathy of violence. The ambushers attacked without wasting even a second, and their assault deadly and well coordinated. Cyclist held his breath. Come on, Mongrel, use your spatial aspect. From what he could see, this was the only chance the demonic swordsman had to escape. However, as he found himself, Cyclist knew that Mongrel never used his aspect in the dreamscape, as if it was somewhat beneath him. Mongrel only ever relied on his sword, his skill, and his what a fan. And his undiluted technique, such dignity. And this time too, the mysterious warrior refused to compromise his unassailable noble principles. Instead of activating his ability, he simply lunged at the enemy without fear or doubt. Then something strange happened. His infamous Odachi suddenly turned into a stream of an impenetrably dark liquid metal and flowed onto his arms. Oh, they saw that! Flowed onto his arm, soon turning into a round shield. With that shield, Mongrel deflected an incoming javelin, then twisted his body, dodging a hail of razor-sharp wind blades, and dove into a molting stream of fire that had one awakened breathed out of his breath. Miraculously, he emerged on the other side unscratched like an infernal monster that could not be burned even in the flames of hell. I mean, if he can stand divine flames, I'm pretty sure he can stand an aspect flame, right? Flames of hell. The black armor reflected the crimson flames, somewhat becoming even more menacing. In the next second, Mongrel Spike's gauntlets connected with the face of one of his ambushers. It was as if the poor man was hit by a mountain. His skull caved and then exploded, the lifeless body folding as it flew to the side and turned into a rain of sparks. What happened next could only be described as pure carnage. The black figure pounced on the ambushers using both his gauntleted fists and his round shield to sow devastation among his ranks. It's so fucking cool, dude, that Soul Serpent can fucking turn into whatever weapon he wants, bro. Mongro moved with terrifying speed and devious cunning, using the bodies of the enemies to block or prevent attacks from their comrades. Sickles wasn't sure, but he thought that he saw a couple of them die from friendly fire. I guess they don't have friendly fire. The rest of the demonic butcher himself, though, every move Mongro made was precisely calculated and deadly, but also brooded and utterly cruel. He danced among his enemies like a grim reaper, killing them one after another without showing any signs of even knowing what merely or hesitation were. Blood screams and flashes were light-filled the clearing for a good couple of minutes, and when it was all over, the long black figure was left standing alone amidst the bodies covering in blood from head to toe. A moment later, the blood turned into sparks of light too, and awash in light, Mongro stepped forward, his armor as black as pristine as ever. Sickles remained silent for a few moments and then said hoarsely, "Hey Dimmy, did Mongro just slaughtered 12 awakened solo?" The old man, they're like, what the fuck? The older man cleared his throat. That's, you know, I might rethink my bet. Actually, my money is on that, man. He fucking changed it. His colleague blinked a couple of times, and after that, he glanced at the comments and forced out a smile. Is he even a man, though? Meanwhile, Sunny was on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. And he thinks he's this crazy ass limited stamina dude, bro. Meanwhile, Sunny was on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. Everything hurts. What the hell? Why is this stupid battle royale so intense? I almost leave my pants. Ew. Good thing he didn't. That battle, hell, it was too close. He barely managed to survive and had only prevailed because the 12 Awakened were clearly not the real cohort. They were experienced enough to coordinate their physical attacks, but what varied and unique aspect abilities had come into play, all their cohesion turned into pure havoc. He had used this confusion to quickly get rid of the most dangerous opponents and then somehow cleaned up the rest. The mantle of the underworld still took several solid hits, the armor itself held, but his body beneath was bruised and battered. Are these damn rewards even worth it? Damn, they better be. Suppressing a pained groan, he willed the soul serpent to turn back into an Odachi and headed away from the clearing. Just 580 left. This is going to be a long day. Oh! It's only one big battle royale. Like, there's no, like a top 8 bracket or some shit like that at the end? Huh. Alright. This is going to be the first part, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. Don't worry. We're going to do overall thoughts so this video premieres. But don't worry. Remember, we're trying to have enough videos posted for a while. Oh, wait. This is for the next one. Alright, and that is going to be it for the first part of today's stream. We're going to keep going. We're going to eat and we're going to keep going. So I do apologize for people watching the premieres on Tuesday mornings. It's on this Tuesday morning. But we're trying to make sure we have enough videos that would automatically go live when I'm away from my PC for like 4 days, you know? So don't worry. Think of it. There will be no drought this week. I promise you that. And hopefully, we'll still be live Tuesday night, Wednesday night. Fingers crossed. Eating pasta right now, and it's delicious, just like this fucking battle royale is going to be delicious when we win. Who the fuck are we going to fight? We have over 500 opponents left to face off against. I thought the tournament arc was gonna be like the fucking FIFA World Cup, bro. Like, we split up into brackets. We have different group divisions, and like, it's gonna take a few days, bro. Like, I thought that's what was gonna happen. I didn't fucking know, because so many people are enlisting in the Dream Tournament. They're like, fuck it, Battle Royale, 1,000 people, get in there. It's like the Lord of Mysteries, War of the Four Emperors game mode that we're gonna get, man. Where it's like 1,000 PvP. Literally, that's what the fuck this is. This is sick. This is amazing. We've only killed, like, what, a little bit over 30 opponents, almost 40, plus these 12 people, right? I am excited. If you like what you see and want to see more, please make sure you like, comment, subscribe, because we will be reading more Shadow Slave. If you guys would always like to optionally, you don't have to, I just keep the live streams members only for like 3 days, right? Just while we upload videos. You can be a member for as little as $1, but don't worry, it's okay. Videos go live soon. I just do it so the viewership doesn't get split between the live stream and the VOD once it goes up. I do it for that alone, and then after the 3 days, I just retitle the live stream video, and then we're good. But if you want to do that and you guys can't wait 3 days, you can be a member for $1. Love you all. Peace. Have a beautiful, amazing day. And for people watching live stream, don't worry, we're gonna keep reading. Peace. Have a good day. Later, guys. Okay, quick time set. Hold up. Super quick. Super quick. Look at that. Super fast. Super fast. Super fast. Super fast. Look at that. One video down. So I have to title my timestamps. First video. Beautiful. Okay. This is second video. Now, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna quickly step outside and see if I'm gonna eat now or if I'll eat in like an hour. Let me just see. I had to leave something out so it can kind of like defrost. I'll be right back. Let me just quickly double check. One sec, people. For like 30 seconds. Defrost. Okay, it was able to defrost. We'll be back in like 20 minutes. It's 4:11 p.m. We'll be back by 4:30. So let me do this. Let me quickly go eat, and then we'll be back, okay? So once, I'm telling you, you give me these 20 minutes, and we'll keep going. We'll keep reading. This 2-hour stream is going to be a lot longer. We'll just, at the 2-hour point, we will... Who's this easy guy on my screen? At the 2-hour mark on stream, like 2.5 hours on stream, we're just gonna do a quick phone call with the missus, check in with her after work, see if she's doing good. But I'll be right back. Give me like maybe 15 minutes. Yo, what's up? I'll be right back, okay? Go take a little break. We'll be right back. I'll keep Snorlax here so he can keep you company. lag. Okay, we're gonna do our quick intro though while the lag passes over. Hopefully within the next minute the lag kind of settles. Man, I was eating my fucking burger and I was watching the penalties, man, with fucking Germany. I was kind of sweaty, dude. I was like, oh shit, I gotta go back. I gotta go back to streaming. It's like, I'm still live. I was like, man, the penalties are really, really good right now. Put my phone under here. And stream is lagging, so I think we should be good in the next minute or so. That being said, we're gonna pause, update, and we shall start this glorious, beautiful arc. I think we'll be good right now. New timestamp? How you guys doing, by the way? Are we good? Stream's back, right? Is anybody in the chat, or is my chat just frozen? Or are we just chilling right now? I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen a new message. Are we still live? Did stream crash? Check. Test. Are we good? Do people just not want to talk today? Or are you guys ignoring me? What did I do to it? What did I do to deserve this? Why do I have a fucking Twitch notification? Did I just go live on Twitch? Nope. I thought I just went live on Twitch. It's still lagging. Why is it still lagging? Yeah? Okay. Alright, let's get back to it. We live? Okay. I was gonna hop on Discord. Shadow Slave chapter? Fuck, I should have flossed before reading. That's okay. LOL? Yeah. I should have fucking flossed. Oh my god, my teeth. Yeah, okay. We don't need a floss. Wrong music. Chapter 535 in this beautiful, glorious battle royale. As I adjust myself in my seat, is called No Hard Feelings. Yeah, it was No Hard Feelings. A triumph. I'm out of breath. I just ate. I should have waited a bit. We still here? Okay. A triumphant sound of trumpets resounded above the ancient forest. Only 3 challengers. Whoa, that's a lot. Dream of glory awaits heroes. So he dragged his tired body out of the forest, feeling the ground under his feet shift and tremble. At this point, the Titan was almost fully awake and no part of the arena was safe, with the exception of the narrow strip of sand between the dark woods and the lake he had just reached, of course. Sidney walked into the shallow water and stopped using the soul serpent to support himself. His breath was ragged and hoarse, and there were several dents on the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld. Almost at the same time, let's make sure the song is looped, yes. Almost at the same time, 2 more figures emerged from the darkness of the hungry forest. One was an attractive young woman with broad shoulders of an athletic build. Her long auburn hair gathered in a ponytail. She was wearing a modest red tunic, her torso protected by a leather cuirass and wielded a light spear. Her blue eyes were tired, blue but clear, full of intensity and focus. The other was a man in heavy armor carrying a great sword with its blade, inscribed by a complicated weave of runes. His face was hidden behind the visor of a helmet, with only calm, cold eyes visible in the narrow slit. His steps were confident but a little unsteady, betraying a dire level of exhaustion. This must be the Fire Shining and Satov. The mighty archer had not made it, so he could only guess what had happened to him, but the most likely scenario was pretty obvious. A powerful legacy, unless this is a cop-out and that dude with the archer still hiding. Maybe. The powerful legacy must have run into an ambush similar to those Sunny himself had encountered, only with a much less happy result. Well, that was life. Dar of the Maharana clan had paid the price for daring to stand out too much without having enough power to answer for such audacity. On one hand, it was not very fair as far as the tournaments went. On the other hand, when was anything fair? By the way, can you guys hear the music or nah? Should I raise it a bit? Just a smidge. Sunny much preferred to stay in the shadows, even if this damn persona of his would somewhat fail to help him in that regard. Coincidentally, none of these who had conspired to form a group had made it this far as well, and with a good reason. The type of person who'd resort to such methods did not have what it took to win this battle to begin with. So Sunny was not going to underestimate his last two opponents. They had only proven how formidable they were. The Theorican stood apart, looking at each other warily. The clear water of the tranquil lake splashed against the shins. The magnificent castle loomed in the distance, and they ate fuck. What a crazy ass scene. Its ancient walls bathed in the bright sunlight. The vista was beautiful and peaceful, but the air was practically crackling with tension. Should I turn on my light? No, I don't want to turn on my light. It will probably give me a headache. After a while, the man in the suit of heavy plate armor turned to the fiery young woman and said hoarsely, "Let's deal with that demon together. We can decide who wins between the two of us after the thing is eliminated." Sunny rolled his eyes. Wow, how unexpected. He gripped the hilt of the soul serpent, preparing himself for a tough fight. To his surprise, though, the young woman also shook her head. Oh, she's going to say no? She shook her head and sent simply, a clear expression on her disdain appearing on the freckled face. No. He raised his eyebrows. Huh, such nobility, gods, what an idiot, what a fool. The man called Seichua laughed and then glanced at the mongrel. How about it, mongrel? Same offer, let's take care of the girl first and then have a proper duel, you and I, or is it beneath you? Sunny gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to say it is. He's like, fuck. I wanted to team up with him so badly and take out one person first. And I feel like in that scuffle, he probably could have gone in for the cheap shot when they're like teamed up and could have taken him out too. But he has to fucking lie. I mean, he has to like, yeah, right? He has to... No. Yeah, he can lie. Ah, curse it. Sato shook his head. Young people these days, so naive. Have the dream realm taught you nothing? Sunny raised the Odachi and grinned. It taught me everything. With that, he shifted his weight and prepared to dash forward. This time for words was over. The other two also understood that. In the next moment, the calmness of the clear lake was instantly no more. What the? As soon as Sunny moved, a powerful explosion thundered and he moved through the air by the devastating shockwave. Landing in a roll, he hurriedly slotted the memory of the fire into the mantle and rose just in time to see a massive fireball dissipate into the air. His body felt even more damaged than it had been a moment ago. Kim Seitua, however, took the brunt of the explosion. I'm going to say Kim because I'm mispronouncing the last name. Sato? Oh, Sato. Kim Sato, however, took the brunt of the explosion. His heavy armor was mangled and torn. Patches of burned skin visible through the tears just as fire fishing lunged at him, though. Tongues of flame appeared on the blade of her spears. He suddenly moved with unexpected agility, thrusting his sword forward. He wasn't aiming at the girl, though. Bad. Sunny noticed a rows of runes igniting with menacing purple light and then hastily threw his body sideways. In the next moment, a phantom figure of an armored giant appeared in the air and slashed downwards, cutting the air where he had just stood with the identical copy of the same great sword. What a powerful memory. Since both of his enemies seemed to possess deadly means of ranged attacks, he had no choice but to close the distance. Luckily, Sato was already entangled with the Fire Shining, who rained a barrage of lightning-fast but precisely and deadly strikes on him. It was as if the young Kim Sato is bro half Japanese, half Korean. That's what I'm thinking, Sato. It was as if the young woman was dancing, her auburn hair and red tunic flying through the air like tongues of wild flame. Interesting style. I should leave her for last. Oh, so you can copy her? The man, meanwhile, didn't try to evade the burning spear and instead turned his body swiftly, making sure that it struck the undamaged part of his armor. Despite being mangled by the explosion, the heavy armored held, betraying the fact that it too was a memory of considerable power. It didn't matter though. A moment later, Sunny was upon them and joined the fight. The Dark Odachi turned with the flaming spear and a ruined greatsword to sing the Song of Steel. A few minutes later, the voice of the Dreamscape spoke again. Challenger Kim Sato was eliminated. And just like that. Damn, that was just one chapter. I'm fucking sad. Challenger Fire Shining was eliminated. Challenger Mongrel is victorious. Glory to the victor. I thought we were going to get like one chapter taking one now and then one chapter with the other. But I guess not. As blood turned into a flood of sparks and the waters of the tranquil lake became clear once more, triumphant music thundered from all sides. Hidden behind the black mask, Sunny grimaced and suppressed the desire to plug his ears. What's with this terrible noise? That was way too hard. Unbeknownst to him, the network was already exploding with countless articles, all titled more or less the same. No hard feelings. Lord Mongrel easily defeats 1,000 Awakened. Oh, chapter titled No Hard Feelings? Yeah, no hard feelings. That's it? Is there not more? Fuck, I thought there was going to be more. Timestamp. 8 minutes. Chapter 436. You know what? Let's just play some old Charlene music. Let's just hold up. Let's play good music. Nice, calm, jazzy mood. Let's relax a little bit. Chapter 436 is called Icon of Chivalry. What a chore. Sunny dragged himself out of... You know what? This song does not fit. This song is too peaceful. Hard stop. That's already putting me in a different mood. Let's play Verso. Let's play Verso, call it a day. Chapter 436 is called 536, Icon of Chivalry. What a chore. Said he dragged himself out of the Dreamscape pod inside. Even though the battle royale happened inside an illusion and his body wasn't tired or bruised, the mental exhaustion was real. The qualifier round had turned out... Oh, it's just a qualifier round. Oh, thank goodness. So there's more. The qualifier round had turned out to be much more demanding than Sunny had thought. Of course, he could have used 3 shadows to augment himself and devastate the entire arena, but that would have defeated the purpose. Sunny had managed fine with just his own strength. This way, he was also polishing his technique and enriching his comprehension of Shadow Dance, which was not a small matter. Putting on some clothes, he returned upstairs, sprawled on the sofa, and then looked at his communicator. Currently, hundreds of similar illusionary battles were being broadcasted for people to see. Some were already close to conclusion, some were in the thick of bloodshed, and some were only just starting. Oh, yeah, so there's more than just that one 1,000 PvP match. There are several 1,000 Battle Royale matches going on. Or several 1,000 qualifier matches. 1,000 Battle Royale people qualifying matches. I can't fucking speak, but you get it. I get it. However, not every broadcast received the same amount of attention. Those arenas where renowned duelists or especially powerful newcomers were fighting pulled the most of it. Sadly, due to Mongrel's infamy, the one Sunny had just finished was among the more popular broadcasts. It was also one of the earliest to end, so clips of the most exciting moments were already circulating on the network. Let me lower the volume a bit. Sunny groaned, perfect, just another damn viral clip. His final fight against Fire Shing and Sato received a lot of views, but nowhere near as many as the clip of his brutal confrontation with the 12 ambushers. The comments were exploding. Hell yeah, our lord taught these thugs a lesson. Easy, that's the preliminary of the tournament. Yeah, I know, I got scared. I know, I was a little bit worried. When it said, like, and he won, it's like, no fucking way that was it. I thought we were gonna have, like, a one-on-one Coliseum of, like, some of the top 3, like, clans, you know, or some shit like that. Yeah. Cliff farmers will have time for their constant farming. True. Hell yeah, our lord has taught these thugs a lesson. Only 12. These guys are idiots. They should have gathered at least 100. No. No, we should not be saying that. That'd be bad. No hard feelings, none whatsoever. Gods, how can anyone be so cool? Did you see his Odachi shapeshift? I was not hallucinating, right? Is it just me, or does Mongrel's hair look extra gorgeous today? Because it was augmented by the shadows. He grimaced and took the comments under the other video. That's fucking funny. That Sato guy, why did he even ask? Doesn't he know that Mongrel's an icon of chivalry? Do you guys remember Chivalry of a Fell Knight? I thought that was a really cool anime, but that was like fucking 10 years ago. At least the final fight, very chivalry. Of course, it is beneath Lord Mongro. He is so noble. What are you fools talking about? Mongro is not noble. He is a wild beast. He only said that teaming up is beneath him because a beast like him does not need anyone's help to kill everyone. Gee, so many edgelords in the comments today. I miss the early days when only true experts knew about Mongro. Oh man, we got the elitists in chat. His technique was way better back then too. Sunny stared at the screen for a while, then shook his head. What's wrong with these people? Since when was I an icon of chivalry? Wait, why does chivalry even mean? He shook his head again and then switched to the official feed and looked up the results of his match. Sunny, of course, qualified for the tournament the moment he won the battle. However, other participants also had a chance to move on to the next stage. That depended on their performance and individual score, so there was no set number of people who would be allowed to continue. And as it turned out of the 1,000 Awakened who had fought in his Battle Royale, 2 more qualified. Oh, the 2 people at the end, right? 2 more had qualified to participate in the tournament. One of them was Fire Shing, the young woman. Oh, the other was an archer. The young woman whom he had faced last, and Dar of the Moharana clan, the archer who had almost skewed Sunny with his giant arrows. That bastard squeezed through after all. Losing interest, Sunny turned off the communicator and yawns. Tomorrow the real tournament was going to begin. Around 1,000 fighters, those who proved their mettle in the qualifying rounds, were going to face each other in proper duels. After several days of intense competition, one victor was going to emerge to reap the best reward. I better rest well. He went back to the underground dojo, climbed into the sleeping pod, and closed his eyes. Soon the familiar sight of the sanctuary appeared in front of him. Oh, he went back to the dream world. Without wasting any time, Sunny left the altar island, went to his... Oh, he went in and went out. Zero hesitation. Without wasting any time, Sunny left the altar, went to his room, crashed on a narrow cot, and almost instantly fell asleep. Who said that there was no rest for the wicked? I understood that referenced. The next morning, Rain appeared at his doorstep for training session, punctual as ever. Luckily, the tournament was not going to start until noon, so Sunny didn't have to find an excuse to cancel their lesson. Not that he would. This was much more important than some stupid tournament. He couldn't get powerful memories elsewhere. But every day that passed was one day for him to increase his sister's chances of survival. So tutoring Rain took precedence. Did I update the chapter title? I did. The girl repeated the movements of katas and he had shown her the last time. Her form was as horrible as he had expected, but Rain was nothing if not diligent. She was improving with every set, slowly correcting the mistakes he pointed to her and absorbing the technique into her bones. For a complete novice, she was doing rather great. Runs in the blood, I guess. Yeah, it does. Making sure she couldn't see, Sunny faced away and grinned. At that exact moment, his communicator received the message. After looking at it, his mood improved even further. The message was for Aiko, informing him that the soul shards he had retrieved from the worm vine was finally sold. Oh, they just sold it. Transcendent shards were infinitely more rare and precious than those of the lesser ranks, not only because they stored more essence, but also because they were aspect abilities and spell tech applications that depended on the quality of the raw materials used. So Sunny just became considerably richer. He had not dared to sell soul shards though. Sylvain, isn't that like from Dark Souls? Sylvain or Sylvana? No, Sylvana. Isn't that League of Legends? Soul shards, though, there were certainly awakened out there who could determine the nature and source of a shard. If anyone learned that he was in possession of one of the coming from a human saint, Sunny would have answered too many uncomfortable questions, so he had just given it to Kai instead. Strengthening the members of his cohort was, in a sense, the same as strengthening himself, and it's true, we're going to need that for the second nightmare. So Sunny didn't feel that aggrieved because of the loss of a potential profit. It was still incredibly sad, though. After the training session was over, he made a tasty breakfast for himself and Rain. The girl was hungry as a wolf, so she destroyed the contents of her plate in record time. When she was almost done, Sunny glanced at her with an incredulous expression and asked neutrally, "Has a tournament of yours started?" Rain swallowed the last bite and smiled. The dream tournament, yes. The qualifying rounds were yesterday. He took a sip of his tea, acting indifferent. Oh, really? Right. I think I saw some clips on the network. Did you? She nodded, yeah. Sunny lingered for a bit, then mentioned that she just happened to think about it. I hear that Monger guy is quite good. Rain scoffed, sure, I guess. But what? Oh, Rain. Sure, I guess, but I don't like him. Sunny almost choked on his tea. What? Why? It took a lot of effort to keep his voice calm and conversational. Why don't you like Mongrel? Mongrel's awesome. He defeated 12 Awakened solo. You know, the girl simply shrugged. I don't know. He just seems pompous. And who do you think he is going around teaching people how to live? Plus, what's up with the mask? A good person wouldn't have to hide behind the mask. That's what I think. Bro, this is so fucking funny. Rain is unintentionally rage baiting. Dude, imagine she fucking knew this whole time she actually is intentionally rage baiting. Well, I don't know. The mask is a powerful memory for sure, and he probably doesn't even want to teach people anything. At least that is my impression. Rain frowned. Plus, he caused so many problems for Knight. If he had the timmest bit of conscience, she's a fucking Knight defender. Son of a bitch. Rain is a fucking nightstand, dude. Oh, you know what would be so fucking pompous? I'll tell you this. Fucking Sunny invites Kai to dinner out of spite. Just gonna be like, you know what? I like Sunny. Sunny's my best friend. And then he's like, you know what? I should have more faith in Sunny's opinions. And then that's gonna be Rain's train of thought. If he had the timmest bit of conscience, he wouldn't have come forward and refuted those ridiculous rumors. But I bet that he does, and Sunny's eye switch. So there's the root of a... That's what I'm saying. So this is the root of all this. Just you wait, Kai. I'll repay you for this one day. He slowly took another sip of his tea and asked, hiding his outrage, you seem to know a lot about the tournament, huh? I thought you weren't very interested in that kind of stuff. Rain said, I am not. I just thought that maybe I should see the Awaken again. The woman who saved me, but she's not participating. Said he wanted to say something, but before she could, the girl asked, well, of course, a true Awakener like her would never waste time on something frivolous like this. She was probably busy doing something important, exploring the dream realm to help humanity, protecting people from nightmare creatures, stuff like that, you know. Yeah. Said he smiled. That is certainly a possibility. Wait, what do you mean? A true Awaken wouldn't waste... Didn't you just suggest that I participate in the tournament? Ray looked at him as though he was stupid. That's you, and that's her. What kind of question is that? By the way, what time is it? Oh, goodness, I have to run. I hope Sunny gets stuck in a scenario where he has to summon Saint, and she's like, what? Did Mongrel just summon him? Did Mongrel just summon Saint? What the fuck is going on? I have to run. With that, she hurriedly waved Sunny goodbye and dashed to the door, leaving him completely stunned. What the hell is that supposed to mean? That's me, that's her. He remained motionless for a while, then slowly closed his mouth and looked at the time. As it turned out, he had to hurry too. The tournament duels were about to begin. Walking towards the elevator, Sunny was seething with anger. That's me? Well, of course, that's me. I'll show her hell. I'll show all of them. I mean Mongrel with all curses. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good, right? Learning? Oh, we're gonna hit a learning curve. Sunny, my boy. He's a gamer indeed. We're hitting a learning curve? Timestamp. 19 minutes. 42 seconds. So in about 33 minutes, I might get on the phone call with Mrs. or I might not. We'll see. Chapter 537 is called Learning. You know what? I'm gonna take off my earbuds just so I can be nice and relaxed. And I have my light off for that too. But chapter 537 is called Learning Curve. The opening ceremony of the tournament was supposed to be a spectacular event with thousands of challengers, each of them a talented Awakened fighter, gathered in a magnificent central country yard of the illusionary bastion. Slightly more than 1,000 of them were participating in the individual competition, and the rest were members of the competing cohorts. I'm sorry. We're just gonna go as long as we can today, my brother Gregory. Well, I don't know, man. Wish me luck. Long enough. My goal is long enough to finish this arc. Are we lagging? Fuck. I'm sorry for the lag. Stream is back. It's no longer lagging. The representatives of the great clan Valor welcomed them and gave a short speech, after which an androgynous person of the underdetermined age and exquisite silk garments, the eccentric state responsible for creating the dreamscape, followed suit. This transcendent had a hypothetically beautiful face that was, for some reason, plastered with an unreasonable amount of makeup and a gentle, almost effeminate bearing. I don't know what none of that meant. I read makeup and I'm like, okay, that's good enough. If Sunny was there, he would recognize their pleasant voice as one of that read all the announcements in the dreamscape, but he wasn't. Why would he waste time on these theatrics? He skipped the speeches, the performances, the incredible montage of the most... We skipped the montage? We skipped the Call of Duty quickscope, nope-scope montages? You guys remember those days or not? The most exciting moments from the battles of the previous day, and even the event that everyone had been waiting for with the Babe's Breath. The formation of the tournament bracket that was determined who would face whom and in what not order. Sutton didn't care who was going to fight him, he wanted to kill somebody as soon as possible. With each round of duels held, the participants were going to be eliminated. That meant that he had to win 10 consecutive fights to receive the best reward. Of course, it wasn't an easy task. By now, there were no amateurs remaining in the tournament. Every single one of the 1,000 challengers was a formidable warrior, and by the end of it, only true talents would remain. It was also a perfect chance for him to try and learn their polished battle styles. So he waited until the bracket was almost complete and finally dove into the dreamscape. The menacing black figure of Mongo appeared among the crowd of challengers, causing a bit of a stir. Immediately, those closest to him began to whisper, "Hey, it's him." Oh, we got fucking fangirls in the audience, man. That bastard is even scarier in real life. That scene from the montage, gods, I'm so glad we chose to enter the tournament as a cohort. Shit, what's the big deal? I hope I draw him as an opponent. Crushing that wannabe should be fun. Shut up, bro. Ignoring the whisper, Sunny looked around with curiosity. He was interested in the people gathering around him. But in the country yard itself, I thought I said the countryside. But in the courtyard itself, this was his first time inside a bastion. While an illusory version of it, still he couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. That was a legendary place, one of the earliest citadels conquered by humans, their greatest foothold in Dream Realm, the seat of a great clan's power, and the former stronghold of one of the daemons. It was like he was part of history. Sunny's curiosity didn't last long, however, quickly drowned by an anger and annoyance. That girl, what does she even know? His hands were itching to slaughter someone. Finally, the bracket was complete. Sunny didn't bother to study it and just prepared himself for the battle. A few hours later, his vision darkened for a moment, and then he found himself in the courtyard again. Only this time, the crowd of challengers was gone, leaving only him and his opponent standing opposite of each other. There were flags streaming in the air and thousands of excited spectators looking down from stands. They were chanting, screaming, and waving their hands. His opponent was a young man in a striking, bloodied armor, wielding a long espadon. Espadon. Sounds like the espadas from Bleach. He looked vaguely familiar. As soon as the young man saw the black mask, his face paled. I knew this would happen. Crap, not again. Sunny growled and dashed forward, raising the soul serpent. A few moments later, a human head flew into the air. Is it the same dude? A human head flew into the air. The audience exploded with cheers, and the pleasant voice announced, Challenger Paradise in Red was eliminated. Sickless was in the middle of a light-hearted discussion with Dimmy when the producer of the broadcast addressed him through the earpiece, forcing the young man to blink a couple of times and mask his surprise with a smile. Sorry to interrupt you, Dimmy, but it seems we already have a win. Wow, that was fast. The feed changed to replay a swift, brutal duel that ended before the voice of the dreamscape could even introduce the fighters. That was a first in his memory. Of course, it was Mongo. Who else? His colleague laughed. Such bad luck for his opponent. I'm sorry, we faced him before, right? This dude was when he first entered the dreamscape, right? It was his first opponent, where he killed him in the same way. Fucking just went for the head. Such bad luck for his opponent. I hope that he is not disheartened. There is no shame in losing to such a fearsome enemy. Everyone who made it through the qualifying rounds already deserves our respect. Back in my day, getting into the tournament was much easier. Sickless agreed, glancing at the figure in black armor, standing motionlessly above the corpse of the opponent, and couldn't help but shiver. Was it just him, or did Mongrel look especially ferocious today? Maybe he really is a nightmare creature. After the first unexpected win, several other heated duels were shown. Sickless and Demi switched from commentating on them to the commercial breaks. They still gotta run ads? Damn. To sometimes joining the other commentators to spectate the most exciting cohort battles. After all, it was Mongrel's turn to fight again. This time the producers switched the feed to the duel beforehand, expecting another fast and brutal kill. However, they were left disappointed. In that duel and during a couple of the next ones as well, the enigmatic swordsman seemed to lose all his edge and engaged in a protracted, slow, exhausting battle with his opponents. only managing to dispatch them after long and arduous fights. Sickless, who was somewhat of a manga fan, but not a die-hard follower, was a bit confused by the sudden change. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Luckily, he had an expert partner. And hey, Dimmy, why does it seem like Mongrel's struggling all of a sudden? After his performance yesterday, I was sure that he will see pure carnage again. The older man chuckled. I see that you did not do your homework. That is what Mongrel does, and what makes him so dangerous. Yes, it might seem as though he is struggling, but in fact he is not. He is learning. Sickless glanced at the chat, then left. No, I am sure that Dimmy didn't mean learning to suck, but what exactly did you mean, Dimmy? The resident expert smiled. Mongrel is known as a genius fighter, not because he is strong and skilled. There's plenty of such opponents among the duelists, but because he has an uncanny ability to absorb. They picked up on this? Even in the post-apocalyptic world, there's still ads? Shit. You see, now I don't feel when I have ads on the channel, right? You guys can't blame me now. If they got ads on in the apocalypse, I'm cool, right? We're chill? We're chill? I just realized I don't think my music is loud enough. Hold up. Oh, fuck. I lost my place. Oh, we're good. Let's just play this one. Just play battle track. Forgetful. Let me reread from here, not because I lost my place, but for you guys, and because we changed the music. Mongrel is known as a genius fighter, not because he's strong and skilled. There's plenty of such people among the duelists, but because he has an uncanny ability to absorb and mirror his opponent's battle styles. So what you see is not him losing, it's him trying to comprehend the enemy's techniques through being on the receiving end of it. It is truly remarkable and a bit terrifying. Sure, buddy, that's what I'm saying, dude. Sickless stared at the feed and finally noticed that indeed Mongrel's style seemed to change with every duel, closely resembling that of his opponents. His strange weapon also shifted and changed to mirror others. So cool. He turned to the camera with a wide, delighted smile. Well, there you have it, folks. So don't dismiss Mongrel yet. Who knows? Maybe he will shock us all later. I feel like he would. Soon it was time for Sonny's last duel of the day. Once again, he appeared in last duel? Once again, he appeared in the country yard and glanced at the courtyard and glanced at his opponent, excited to learn what style they were going to use. When he saw the enemy, though, a dark smile appeared on his face. What a nice surprise. So we meet again. Or rather, for the first time. Yesterday, we didn't have a chance to get properly acquainted, you bastard. Oh, the sniper. Opposite of him stood a tall young man with a broad shoulder and incredibly muscular physique. He looked mighty and confident, like a statue of an ancient deity come to life. It was like the damned archer who had almost sniped him from across the arena during the battle royale. Dar of the Maharana clan, was it? Well, let me introduce myself. Oh. Well, it has been a while since I lost my place. Never have I never. And if I do say I lost my place and it sounds genuine, it's literally just engagement bait. And you guys fall for it all the time. Every single time. Timestamp. 28 minutes. Oh man, my back hurts. You guys want to know something crazy? He's not built like a sniper. When you put it that way, you're fucking right, dude. This dude, Dar, he is not built like a fucking sniper. This dude is built like a fucking tank. But you know what? He uses a sniper. Oh, man. Bro's wearing Weaver's Mask. Shit. Chapter 538 is called Devouring Styles. Yo, do you guys want me to share something? So, I bought a second-hand standing desk. I literally got a standing desk for free. It was insane. I got such a... I didn't even spend $5 on like a $500 standing desk. It's a little bit chipped on the side. But point is, this room has... But this is the bad part. There is no space for a standing desk in this room. No. You know what I do want to do? Standing slave. This is what I do want to do. Let me show you. Look, this is what I'm thinking for the future. Hold up. Let me just make sure I don't have any names. Hold up. So I bought a drawing book, and I was drawing, and I think I'm gonna start drawing again so I can practice drawing. I want to get better at it. But point is, I was planning to just stream myself when I do my little drawing streams, and I think it'd be a good idea if I set up my second PC again. I just have to rebuild it, and then I have like a second like stream spot, but just like where I'm gonna have my standing desk. I think that'd be a good idea, but we'll see. I'm unsure. That or I just set up my old second camera and then I just aim this camera down. We'll see what happens. So chapter 538, chapter 538 is called Devouring Styles. This was the fifth and final duel that Sunny had to fight today. His previous three opponents all practiced unique and interesting styles, so he had taken his sweet time trying to learn from them. He succeeded twice and failed once. The first opponent was called Straw Hat. His fucking Straw Hat Luffy! Create a manga like PewDiePie? I don't think I'd be that talented. I would fail miserably, but that'd be fun. When I was young, I wanted to be a comic book author. Like I've drawn like my own janky comics when I was a kid. I don't know if I still have any. I'd have to look in some of my drawers, but I used to try and do that. I wasn't that good at it, but I always had fun doing it. The first opponent was called Straw Hat and used a curved sword, his technique relying on the extreme speed and flexibility. Even Sunny, who had himself trained to make his body as malleable as possible, struggled to keep up with the unpredictable opponent. The alias of the second one is called the Other Fool, was a bit familiar, but the style he used was not. Sunny spent a lot of time trying to understand the strange pattern of the essence expenditure the fighter used, all while dodging the unpredictable attacks of his exquisite halberd. In the end, he learned a lot from this fight. However, it was the third opponent he had really tested him. This Awakened, whose alias was Blue Vash, is from Stormlight Archive. I understood that reference. I don't know if Alma's still in chat, but I understood that reference. That's Vash. Vash. Blue Vash wielded a slender rapier and practiced a deceptively simple battle style. What separated him from the rest was that each of his movements was utterly perfect, and every one of Sunny's mistakes had been instantly punished. It was as though the man had a supernatural ability to see even the tiniest flaw in his enemy's technique, and was able to immediately exploit it. No matter how hard Sunny had tried to comprehend the essence of his style Blue Vash was using, he couldn't grasp it. In the end, he was forced to overwhelm and kill the astute fencer just to survive. However, despite the failure, he learned from this fight even more. Regardless, after several duels against such talented fighters, Sunny felt that his mastery of Shadow Dance, which had stayed stagnant for a while, was finally progressing again. He was slowly approaching a precipice. Most guys from the tournament arc are the Discord members that had submitted a cameo character for it. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I think you guys mentioned that last time when they first went into the Dream Realm, right? Which had stayed stagnant for a while, was finally progressing again. He was slowly approaching a precipice. This was that he was so glad to see Dar of the Maharana clan. To some, facing a legacy might have seemed like a tough break, but for Sunny, legacies were like gift boxes. They hid all kinds of goodies, his for the taking. The problem was that just like a covetous coffer, this box in particular could potentially bite off his greedy hands. The young legacy fighter wasn't using a bow anymore, of course, which wasn't to surprise. Legacies were trained to be proficient with a multitude of weapons, and duel was not a place for arrows. Instead, he was holding a menacing great mace, its round head brimmed with sharp spikes. What made this guy so dangerous was not his bow. In any case, it was his strange ability to zero in on the enemy and somehow perceive their every move. Whatever it was that had allowed him to barrage Sunny with arrows from after with frighteningly high precision. Yeah, that's true. It was pretty accurate. It's like the fight with Choji and Naruto. Do you guys remember that? Or nah? While Sunny was staring at the mighty Dar, he was looking back at Monger. The Scion's gaze traveled across the mantle of the underworld, making Sunny shiver for some reason, and then reached Weaver's mask. Suddenly, the muscular young man frowned, strange, and ascended armor and an echo for a weapon. Even if it is just dormant, you've done well for yourself, but that mask, where did you get it? Does this dude know something? But that mask, where did you get it? The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Chatty enemies, they were the worst, especially ones with such a kin vision. Took it off a random corpse. He paused and then added with common difference, shall we start? Or do you need time to run to the other side of the arena, hide and summon your bow? Sunny was trying to antagonize the young on purpose, hoping that he would forget the line of questioning. Luckily, his strategy worked. Dara Mahara clan grinned. No need, who knows, maybe I'll take it off your corpse one day too. Fuck, you fucking wish, dude. But it would be cool if we become allies in the future. With that, he raised his heavy weapon and suddenly lunged forward with a speed that no one of his sides was supposed to possess. The spiked mace whistled through the air, and the next moment, the sound of the clashing steel rang across the arena. Strong, Sunny was thrown back to the force of the impact. His block held, the soul serpent held too. However, he failed to adjust the weight of the mantle of the underworld enough so that his body would be pushed back. How the hell is he so strong? I have 3 soul cores, damn it. Dar didn't care. He was much taller, he had much more muscle mass, a much longer reach, not to mention that as a legacy, he could have had many charms and memories and enchantments, feeding for strength, agility, and resilience. This fight wasn't going to be easy. It's like when fucking Thorfinn fights Thor's. His fucking, the big-ass dude, not fucking Thor's. When he fights the big-ass dude in Season 1 Villain Saga. Before Sunny could even properly land, the mace was flying at his head again. He pivoted on one leg, dodged the spikes, and dashed forward, hoping to close the distance and get up close to the opponent where his small stature and the shorter weapon would give him an advantage. The soul serpent lashed out, aimed at the enemy's heart. Dar was wearing a light leather cuirass that the left of his shoulders and arms exposed, so Sunny hoped to pierce it with one blow. However, to his surprise, the tip of the Odachi slid off the light leather armor as if it was forged from adamantine steel instead. Damn legacies. The legacies in question spun his mace, forcing Sunny to retreat, then glanced down at the spot where a tiny scratch was left on his cuirass. When he looked up again, his eyes were full of dark amusement. Not bad. Oh, this guy is fucking strong. Sunny gritted his teeth, still running his mouth. Let's see if you have any breath to waste in a couple of minutes. The two of them clashed again, exchanging dozens of blows. Both were strong, fast, and skilled. Neither could easily overwhelm the opponent. This was the second time Sunny had to fight a legacy. Third if he counted Nephis. I would count Nephis, so third. And technically, she would be stronger than said legacies. This difference was incredibly obvious. His previous opponents were talented and experienced, but none of them could compare to Dar. This young man was a deadly battle machine, crafted to reign on any battlefield, trained for the moment he had taken his first step to wield weapons of war and destroy his enemies. He was no match for Castor, however, but Castor had never gotten the chance to become an awakened. Once a legacy learned to control the flow of soul essence, their power grew exponentially. So potentially, Castor would have been a lot fucking stronger. Damn, that's crazy. He was such a fucking greenhorn, bro. He was just a little sprout. Like, he wasn't even like at peak yet. That's insane. F Castor, fuck him. I'm sorry. Once the legacy learned to control the flow of soul essence, their power grew exponentially, which was what Sunny was currently I didn't say that. Sunny said that, not me. F Castor. I thought he meant F in chat, but he meant that. That's why I said that. Which was what Sunny was currently experiencing, raw power shaped into a deadly weapon by long years of relentless practice and superb skill, and yet he wasn't worried. Dar was powerful and skilled and experienced, but he lacked something that people like Sunny had: the memory of fear and bitter defeats, knowledge of death, and a vicious will to persevere. Sunny didn't doubt that the legacy had spent a long time in the dream realm, battling nightmare creatures, but he did doubt that Dar had ever found himself in absolute despair, having to claw his way back to life. The experience that was that of fighting down and not fighting up. As Master Jet would say, he wasn't a killer. But Sunny was, and so the legacy had already lost his fight, even if he didn't know it yet. He was only alive because his enemy was interested in learning sophisticated battle styles, which is true. And there was a lot of sophistication in Dar's aggressive and domineering battle style. Legacies were truly in a league of their own. This was not something that Sunny could learn in a heartbeat. He needed time, and so the violent duel had turned into a slow but terrifyingly intense bout of attention. A minute passed, then another, and two fighters were still entangled in ferocious melee. The spectators were at the edge of their seats, holding their breaths as they watched incredible spectacle. The direct feed of the duel was gathering more and more viewers. Bastards, how are they doing this? How? Senna was trying to peer into the core of Dar style, but failed to understand its essence over and over again. Until he didn't. I see, so this is how. It was so obvious. What did he see? By that point, both of them were exhausted and wounded, the reserves of essence running dry. Sunny had much more left, of course, even though continuously enhancing his physical powers and using the Feather Truth enhancement of the mantle was hungrily eating through shadow essence. He had 3 times the capacity. He also had much better control of it, it seemed. All the time Sunny had spent meditating in the sky below was not for nothing after all. Feeling the foundation of Shadow Dance growing stronger, Sunny grinned behind the mask and suddenly changed his entire attitude. His movements turned sharper and more aggressive. His demeanor bold and overbearing, the Soul Serpent turned into liquid dark. I find it cool when it turns like that, dude. The Soul Serpent turned into liquid darkness and then shaped itself into a spiked mace. Dar was thrown off by a sudden change, but only for a moment. However, the moment was all Sunny needed. Dodging the enemy's attack before it could even fully manifest, as if reading the Legacy's thoughts, he dove under the strike and delivered a crushing blow of his own. His enemy's leather armor still held, but the bones beneath it did not. Dar's ribcage caved and he spat a stream of blood. And the next second, another hit connected with his jaw. He got the jaw, turning the young man's face into a bloody mess. He fell to his knees and raised a hand, desperately trying to block the finishing blow. The demon in black armor knew no mercy, though. Calmly raising the mace, he brutally brought it down. The crowd let out a collective scream. In the silence that followed, a pleasant voice announced, Dar of the Maharana clan was eliminated. Damn. So much Bumster sympathizer. Are you guys talking about Caster? You guys are fucking funny, dude. Oh, shit. Did I skip a chapter? No, I did not. After this chapter, I'm gonna quickly just step outside for a bit. I'm gonna just prematurely call the misses. Let me burp. This is what we're gonna do. After this chapter, we're gonna do our outro. So this is gonna be the next day's video, right? So we already got tomorrow morning's video. This is gonna be Wednesday morning's video, and we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going, and I'm gonna quickly show you guys a visual novel I bought on the eShop the other day, and I think I'm gonna be playing it. This is a video game I'm gonna be playing like once a week on the weekends, and then eventually, like when the chapters are like in good chunks, then I'll just like post it on YouTube. Oh shit. But look, let me show you the game I got. I bought this one. Make sure there's no like hentai on screen. No, I think we're good, right? Just open the image. It's a visual novel. It's rated M, but I think we'll be okay. This is gonna be my next game. I'm gonna probably play this like... Where are you? Geeky? No, I just meant as in... Because it's a visual novel. You know how visual novels are kind of risque at times? I'm gonna play this like once a week. And I think the chapters are split into doors. I think that's what it's called. Like door 1 to 6 or whatever. I saw like... that's what I've glimpsed. So I'll be playing once a week, maybe. Just a visual novel to kind of wind down. And then... whenever there's enough for like a set chapter, I'll just upload the VOD. And I think that's what I'm gonna do. but it's called The House of Fata Morgana. The house in Fata Morgana. That's what it's called. Let's put this over here. Wait, let me fix my screen. You guys know what I saw the other day that I might buy? Fata what? Fata Morgana. Morga. Fata, the house on Fata Morga. The house on Fata Morgana. If you go to the top 100 games of all time, this is the highest rated visual novel of all time. It is the 25th highest rated game of all time on Metacritic. It's number 25. For some reason, this is the most highest rated visual novel, and I gotta see what's up. Because I was going through Witch of the Holy Night, so I was like, oh, I can do Witch of the Holy Night again. But I kind of want to just keep that to myself, and then when I get to Tsukihime, I'll do the Tsukihime one. It's crazy. I did an unboxing for that game like 2 years ago. It has a better rating. Personal bias, Sonny. I fucking love Fate Stay Night. I never played the visual novel. That I'll tell you. I never actually did the visual novel. I just watched all the anime routes. Yeah, it's the highest rated visual novel of all time. The House of Fata Morgana. So I was like, I'll check it out. It was like 10 bucks on the eShop. All right, let's get this shit going and let's keep going. Let's do this one chapter. Oh, I almost hit watch screen. We can't show our screen when we're reading. What? Easy. What are you doing? We're good. Let's see. She doesn't want to come in. Look, fun fact, grass is green. Fun fact, you can see all my shit I'm prepping for my my trip. I got my travel bag. I have my solar-powered portable charger. No, I'm trying to call her, but she doesn't want to come in. Look, let me call her. I just mute my mic. What I do now for I just try and be safe and mute my mic every time I step away from my PC. I try and mute my mic, so in case I ever like turn off my streamer brain and I start saying like IRL stuff, I do it just to be safe. What I noticed with Ellie, she'll be standing at my door, right, to come in, but she doesn't want to come in when I'm streaming. It's so weird. She'll scratch at my door, and I'm like, okay, come inside. And I'm like, no, come inside, dude. She never wants to fucking come inside. Or the second I start streaming and she's in here, she's like, she wants to get out. Every single time. It's kind of funny though, I'm not gonna lie. Let me change my scenes. We're on chat, right? Oh, wait. Wrong scene, wrong scene. Sorry. Might be dumb. Full screen. There you go. Full screen. 539 out of reach. Did I update this? Chapter 539 is called Out of Reach. Sunny climbed onto the pod and stretched, lamenting the fact that the dreamscape capsules weren't as sophisticated as sleeper pods yet they used to enter the actual dream realm. Wait, battle ended. We should change the music. Sorry, I'm sorry I'm all over the place, by the way. In case it feels like I'm all over. Dude, it's literally it. She knows I'm streaming. She fucking knows every single time. I'm like, come on, this spoiled damn dog. I spoiled her way too much. She just does not want to come in here anymore. If you remember, if you go back to our early streams when we just got Ellie, she'd always play on the bed with her toy. Now she's like, he's streaming, I'll go out. And I'm like, it breaks my heart. She doesn't want to hang out with me. Chapter 539 is called Out of Reach. Sunny climbed out of the pod and stretched, lamenting the fact that the dreamscape capsules weren't as sophisticated as sleeping pods and used to enter the actual dream realm. Due to his luxurious metal sarcophagus, he was almost forgetful of the rusty feeling of spending too much time inside one of these things, despite the fact that the duels themselves had not lasted too long. An entire day already passed. Oh! Sunny was somewhat tired, but instead of resting, he commanded the soul serpent to shape itself into a weapon and walk to the middle of the dojo. He was impatient to cement the knowledge of the battle styles he had absorbed today. Sunny started to perform various katas and executing each one slowly at first, and the quicker and quicker and quicker and still. Forgetful, huh? Never, never, never. Soon he moved with incredible speed, his lithe and flexible body almost leaving after images behind. Lean muscles were rolling under his pale skin, which soon glistened with sweat. Sunny fluidly shifted from one style to another, his movements simultaneously firm and flowing. Sharp and gentle, clear and unpredictable, the surf serpent flowed from one form to another too. And insidious and shapeless as the person who wielded it, it was as though Sunny was performing a strange, graceful, viciously complicated dance. His three shadows danced with him, moving swiftly in the ceramic plates of the armored floor. If Sunny could look at himself right now, he would be surprised to see that his movements were eerily similar to the dance that the young slave girl had once performed in his dream. But while her movements were beautiful and smooth, his were deadly and sharp. Hers were flawless, while his were slightly crude, as if he had not mastered his art yet. I can feel it. The second step, I can feel it, but why can't I reach it? Something is missing. After a long time, Sunny tardily fell on the cold ceramic floor and remained motionless for several minutes, his chest moving heavily. There was a tired but determined expression on his face. More, I need more, and better. So he's almost at the point of mastering his second shadow dance, like his second level, right? But he's like missing something. More, I need more. So he needs more battle styles. In the morning, Sunny had some free time before he entered the dreamscape again. Making himself a cup of tea, he relaxed. I want tea, bro. They've been talking about tea this whole fucking day. I want tea. One of my favorite things in Shadow Slave is Shadow Dance. I really like Shadow Dance. It's such a cool ass idea, like for a fucking like battle stance or whatever. In the morning, and then like based on that, you get all these crazy ass fucking power ups. Like right now, Soul Serpent is like game changer for him, dude. In the morning, Sunny had some free time before he had to enter the dreamscape again. Making himself a cup of tea, he relaxed in a comfortable chair and took out his communicator. Wait a second. Wait. I need to title my videos. This was called Starting the Dream Tournament. Oh, wait. The Dream... I got it. The Dream Tournament is a battle royale. That's the first video. And then the second video, no. Dream. What was the, first it was preliminaries, and then what was that he did right now in the Coliseum? Or just continuing. I put continuing the Dream Tournament. Duels. That's what I meant. Sorry. Engagement bait. Thank you. The Dream Tournament Duels. The Dream Tournament Duels. Perfect. Look at that. That's the second. This is this video. Perfect. After yesterday, we're going to reread this for you guys. We're going to reread this for you guys. In the morning, Sunny had some free time before he had to enter the dreamscape again. Making himself a cup of tea, he relaxed in a comfortable chair and took out his communicator. After yesterday, the number of duelists remaining in the tournament had drastically reduced. Now there were only 32 of them left. Each one was a formidable opponent, so Sunny decided to study the previous fights a bit. Luckily, all the recordings were readily available on the network. His were too. Now I'm even more sure that Mongrel is a legacy or an actual demon. Who else could have defeated that monster Dar? Mongrel knew that this guy was an archer, so he even offered to give him time to get away. He's so cordial, so noble. What an inspiration. You mean an actual demoness, right? I understood that reference. Demoness? Guess it ain't that bad. Right. Sunny shivered and, not even trying to look at the comments, hurriedly scrolled past these videos to start doing his research. Maybe one of these guys will help me advance to the next level of Shadow Dance. Out of curiosity, he also glanced at the cohort competition leaderboard. The team that was currently in the first place was called Liberians, and weirdly consisted of only 2 people. Their aliases were Unorganized Laundry and Iza, which didn't tell him anything, but considered that these 2 were currently dominating much larger cohorts. They must have been a truly fearsome duo. Initially, Sunny had only joined the Dream Tournament to reap the alluring rewards, so he had not thought much of it, but now he was starting to suspect that this was going to be a humbling experience. He had already faced several troublesome opponents that earned his reluctant acknowledgement, and things would only get exponentially harder for her. From here, due to his recent progress, Sunny had allowed himself to become a little vain. He was stronger and more experienced than most of the Awakened he met. He also had almost forgotten to always expect the worst. Seeing these powerful Awakened helped him render how dangerous it was to underestimate the enemy, and that there weren't even true elites, real powerhouses of the Awakened world, would never reveal their might in a public tournament, unless Sunny was one of these hidden tigers himself after all, so he would know. With a dark expression, he shook his head and concentrated the screen of the communicator. Very soon, he was back in the arena. Sunny had skipped all the theatrics again and only entered the dreamscape at the last minute, hoping to avoid any situation that could lead to him being asked questions. Sadly, he couldn't avoid his opponents, and if they wanted to talk, he had to answer. Currently, he was facing a man wearing a peculiar armor made out of rusted metal, and their face grim and full of dark apprehension. He was in his early 30s and looked like someone who led a rough life. Challenger Mongrel has joined the fight. Challenger what? No, wait, has joined the fight. Hidden behind the mask, Sunny raised his eyebrows. What's up with that alias? Wait, why does it sound familiar? Who is it? Why does it sound familiar? Well, he was trying to remember where he had heard of this bizarre name. The man summoned a shield and armed sword, glanced at him darkly, and asked, "You're the new guy everyone is talking about?" Sunny sighed, knowing what would follow. No. His opponent frowned. Why are you lying? Sunny rolled his eyes, exasperated by all the talk. However, he didn't want to attack the older man recklessly. His opponent had to be quite powerful to get this far. I'm not lying, the man sneered. That's exactly what a liar would say. Do you think I'm an idiot? That is, yeah. Goods gods, can you attack already? Remember the time when Sunny tried to first come up with his username? Hidden Tiger Striking Shadow? No, it's been a while. He took a step forward and said yes. The older man stared at him for a few moments, his face full of anger and confusion. After a while, he hissed, "Brat, you must be courting death." Courting death? We are very familiar with that. Oh, blood feud. We have a blood feud, okay. Let me check the Mrs. location, one sec. We should be able to go, don't worry, I'm still unmuted. I know I'm unmuted. Let me just quickly check something. Okay. Let's read this one and then we'll do our outro and then we'll do another video. Okay, so we're still good. I forgot to do my timestamp. We're about to keep going without doing a timestamp. 46 minutes. and 56 seconds. Wait, so before we read this, what was that, Sunny? Sunny mistakenly typed, no, what? But the system flagged it with, it's already taken. Oh! Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Well, we're just gonna keep going. I think I'll be able to go for like another hour, maybe 2 hours. So potentially we do 3 videos. This is the last chapter for our second video. So this is the last chapter for Wednesday morning's video. That's the plan. And maybe I don't know. Yeah, I think we'll be good. I'm trying to keep the videos to like an hour. And then we ate for like about 20 minutes. So it's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. With only like 20 minutes of fluff in between, stalling, chatting. Yeah, so I think we're doing good so far. So now, chapter 540 is called Blood Feud. I have to burp. The Peculiar Man had an excellent technique, but it seemed as though anger was clouding his judgment. Sunny spent several minutes dodging and blocking his attacks, carefully observing both the enemy and the enemy shadow. It wasn't long before he was able to grasp the essence of the enemy style. There, I understand it now. After more than 900 duels in a dreamscape, his ability to comprehend different battle styles had considerably improved, and this guy wasn't using anything he had never seen before. His technique was polished but unoriginal. Not that there was anything wrong with that, except for that it was also too straightforward and inflexible. How did he get so far? Since there was nothing else left for Sunny to learn, he switched from defense to attack and delivered a swift strike, leaving a shallow wound on the opponent's shoulder. A few drops of blood landed on the mantle of the underworld, and the next moment, Sunny learned just how the man was able to climb so high on the tournament's ladder. Suddenly, the blood feud. Suddenly, the blood shone from the menacing crimson light and exploded, throwing Sunny back and tearing the soul serpent from his hand. At the same time, his enemy's wound ignited with dim red radiance. It's like a blood attack. And in the next second, his movements became much faster, his blow carrying much more weight. What the hell? Sunny barely dodged a devastating downward slash, rolled away and grabbed the hilt of the Odachi just in time to block another strike and be thrown back for a few steps again. How is he suddenly so strong? He shrugged desperately to keep up with the man in rusted armor, who had somehow instantly become utterly overbearing. In the process, another drop of blood landed on him. Crap. The mantle withstood another explosion. Its surface did not crack, but Sunny could tell that the armor was weakened. Jumping back to his feet, he gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Pretty soon, his suspicion was confirmed. The enemy seemed to possess an aspect related to blood. Just like Sunny, his first ability allowed him to ignite it, and the second increased his strength and speed the more he bled. So every time Sunny managed to perform a successful attack, the man grew more formidable. Oh, much more formidable. While Sunny himself had to either dodge the drops of blood or somehow survive another explosion. But he wasn't worried. By now, Sunny had realized that there were 4 types of challengers who tended to do well in this tournament. The first type relied on skill, the second type relied on powerful aspects, and the third type relied on excellent memories. While the latter two were tricky to deal with, only the first type was really dangerous. The fourth type, of course, was the most deadly. These were fighters who had both formidable skills and powerful aspects, as well as an arsenal of fearsome memories at their disposal. Luckily, there weren't many such people around. The guy was obviously an opponent of the second type, and relied too much on his bizarre aspect. To defeat him, Sunny had to think of a counter, and in this case, the counter was pretty obvious. Since every wound made his enemy stronger, he just had to finish the bastard off in one strike. Better said than done. And since the warrior in rusted armor neglected to truly develop his technique, that was not that hard to do. Oh, I spoke too soon. After another explosion, Sunny increased the weight of the mantle of the underworld and withstood the shockwave, then made it as light as a feather and dashed forward. He understood that the essence of the enemy style already, so it wasn't hard to predict his next move. In fact, Sunny had already manipulated the man into dodging exactly what he wanted. Into doing exactly what he wanted. Once his opponent raised his sword to block, be careful with class, Once his opponent raised his sword to block a vicious slash, Sunny shifted his weight and suddenly changed the direction of the attack. Sidestepping as he pushed his sword forward, the down soul serpent scraped against the enemy sword and slid effortlessly into the visor slit of the rusted helmet. Immediately, Sunny dismissed the shadow and jumped as far back as he could. He was just in time. The body of the man in rusted armor shuddered and then violently exploded, causing the whole country yard to tremble. If Sonny was just a tiny bit slower, he would have been pulverized by the explosion too, and his enemy would have avenged himself from beyond the grave. Well, from beyond being eliminated from the tournament case, what kind of an aspect is that? Few. I guess this is why Awaken are so dangerous. You just never know what kind of weird crap they are capable of. As the crowd exploded with applause, the voice of the Dreamscape announced, "Challenger what? No, wait, was eliminated." Sonny, however, didn't pay it any attention because almost at the same time the spell whispered into his ear, "You have received a memory." A few moments later, Sonny was back into the black void, staring at the fake pattern of the radiant strings with a perplexed expression. Huh? That's crazy. But like, how do you get a memory? Challenger what? No wait. I just can't get over this stupid fucking name. Challenger what? No wait was eliminated. It even has like the question mark and exclamation mark. Sonny, however, didn't pay any attention because almost at the same time the spell whispered into his ear. So you can receive fucking memories from these people in the dream void? Like what? In the dreamscape? You have received the memory. A few moments later, Sonny was back in the black void, staring at the fake pattern of radiant strings with a perplexed expression. Huh, that's crazy. He knew, of course, that it was possible to exchange memories in Dreamscape. This illusion was a mythical space created by a saint's aspect ability, after all, and not an artificial VR simulation. What he had not known, however, was that one could just receive a memory out of nowhere, without the usual requirement of being in a physical contact, not even if that contact was illusionary. So even if the contact is illusionary, gotcha type of drops, with its master, however, the saint in question was responsible for delivering the rewards, then it sort of made sense. More importantly, though, he had received the memory. Oh, so the saint that made this dreamscape is technically handing it to him upon defeat? Upon the other person's defeat? His eyes gleamed. Sonny was already eligible for several smaller prizes, most of them in the form of credits or soul shards. He wasn't going to bother receiving them, though, even if there was a way to do so without leaving a paper trail. Sonny didn't know of one. The memory, however, that was an entirely different situation. Summoning the runes, he quickly read, Memory of ice. Wait, that sounds familiar. Do I have a memory of fire charm already? Indeed, the memory he received was eerily similar. It was another protective charm. Memory rank ascended, memory tier 1, memory type charm, memory description. Even when the sun returned, they shivered and remembered the never-ending winter. Member enchantments, bitter cold. Enchantment description. This charm provides the wearer with moderate resistance to cold. I wonder when this will come in handy. I wonder what this charm is setting up. A wild smile appeared on his face, hidden behind the black mask. Now that this is what I am talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Let's do overall thoughts, and I'm gonna do a phone call, and then we're gonna call the missus, and then we should be able to do another 1 hour video. 54 minutes. What a damn good fight. You know what's crazy? I have not been looking at artwork. I don't know if there's any artwork for the whole dream tournament, and if there is, we can probably look at it at the end of the stream portion, not necessarily the VODs, right? But I found it crazy that he got a fucking memory in the dreamscape. That I never thought that happened. I mean, you can like boost your memories and all that shit, right? Like he's able to like power himself up when he's in here, or he's able to utilize and upgrade his memories. But like I didn't think that you can kind of just receive a memory like that. But like how Sonny said, if it's through the sand, then it makes sense. Okay, that's fucking cool. So the dream tournament duels, are they over, or he just beat that guy, right? Because they didn't say like, oh, now we approach the final fight. So I think there's more. Well, we are gonna end it there, and we will be back VOD-wise in 20. Like, if we're going by the VODs that people are watching when they're premiering, there will be another one already up 24 hours from now. And if it's not up, it's because I'm doing the thumbnail. I'll make sure to do the thumbnails quickly. The nightmare didn't give him a memory. No, it wasn't the nightmare that gave him the memory. It was the saint. The saint that created the dreamscape gave him the memory upon defeat, right? Like that's what was said. It was because of her, or it was because of the saint that he got the memory. Yeah, that's what weirded me out for a sec. But I find it very coincidental that he got a charm that's gonna help him in the cold. Who knows when we will be using this? I don't know when this is going to come in handy, but I have an inkling suspicion that this second nightmare might actually be in the snow, right? The way how fate works for this man, Sunny, fated encounters are very beneficial and disadvantageous to him. I think this charm is going to aid him in the second nightmare, and the second nightmare is going to be a snow biome. That is my guess and my speculation. That being said, I hope you guys had fun watching the video. As always, stay geeky. Your nightmare is over only for 24 hours, and then we shall be back for more Shadow Slave greatness. Peace, have a beautiful, amazing day. And for people watching live stream, we'll literally start in like 2 seconds. And look at that. We're already... Is bro cooking or just burning the kitchen? We stop before we burn the kitchen. And look at that. Just like how I said, like, this live stream people say right here. We already started recording a second after... Like, not even a second. A fucking millisecond. Within, like, a tenth of a second, we already started recording. Today, on this beautiful, glorious day, people watching the live stream like, bro, you've already said that twice. We're going to keep reading, keep going to find out exactly Camp G, the Space Dweller. We're going to keep going, and we're going to see what happens on this beautiful, glorious day of Shadow Slave. This might be the last video for today's stream. I might read a little bit more tonight, or I might be just playing the visual novel, the House on Fata Morgana, however you pronounce it. But I am ready to see what's going to happen in this Dream Tournament duel. Like, I believe it's over. But I might be wrong. I think it's going to keep going. We're going to find out. So if you like what you're going to see, please make sure you like, comment, sub. Because we will be... Wait. If I am right, this video is premiering on Thursday morning when I am out. I am out for 4 days. Easy. If you are good and you are... up to date, it's fucking Monday evening, my brother from another mother. You can keep recording. You got Tuesday and you got Wednesday to record more videos so we can pump videos out for you guys while we're gone for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We should be good. I think we're good. I think we're on track. As long as we get this done and we do like 1 or 2 tomorrow, I think we're good when we're gone for 4 days. Awesome. Let's get into it. Let's fucking get into it. This is gonna be our second video. Third. Future Easy will stall. Future Easy will not stall, Sunny. How dare you? Hopefully not. Hopefully he fucking knows not to stall. Maybe this ages poorly and there's no videos Friday to Sunday. We'll find out, huh? We will definitely find out. Let's just... The Dream Tournament. I'm gonna just prematurely label it finale. Dream Tournament Duels finale. I'm just prematurely labeling it that. 0 minutes is 11 out of 10 intro. Sorry, I burped. Now our new time step is 1:51. Copy. Paste. Alright, perfect. We're good. Put on my glasses for a bit. Luckily on it. Oh wait, no, I lied. I can't go yet. I need to call the missus. Oh my god. I forgot I was gonna call the missus. Just give me like 5 minutes on the phone and we'll continue. Sunny. Speaking of stalling. I'm already stalling. Now I'm gonna mute my mic. My dumbass, I'm muted. I'm so sorry. Fucking people watching the VOD be like, damn, man, this guy... No, I'm sorry. People watching the VOD are probably like, damn, this dude didn't fucking change for 3 fucking days. Like, ain't no way he didn't change for 3 days. How's the live stream? We're good? Perfect. Yeah, we're good. That's good. Beautiful. Good. Wrong earbud. Okay. You guys ready? This will be our last video for today. And if this is our last video, I might either stream playing a visual novel or I might read more Shadow Slave off streams. That way we have Friday's video and capitalize a little bit more. But we'll see what happens. Like if I can power through today with videos, I think we'll be good. But we'll see what happens. Chapter 541, my brothers and sisters. Battle of Two Demons. Who the fuck are we fighting? An incredible win by by Mongrel. Looking at the cloud of blood rising above the arena. I'm sorry. Did the guy just call him? Was he gonna call him Lord Mongrel? Is that what he was gonna do, Lord Mongrel? An incredible win by by Mongrel. Looking at the cloud of blood rising above the arena, Sickles couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Today there was no simultaneous duels, as there were only 32 contenders left. Each battle was intense and exciting, and received the full attention of the commentators. Looking at the cheering audience, Demi laughed. Indeed. Mongrel did very well against No Wait. The aspect of his is a real menace, believe me. I've been on the receiving end of those explosions way too many times. Demi had been one of the first renowned duelists of the Dreamscape, back when it had been just growing popular 10 or so years ago. One sec. So he was talking from experience. I'm gonna raise my volume up a smidge. So he was talking from experience. Sickles glanced at the chat, knowing that this was a good time to involve the viewers in discussion. Coincidentally, he noticed a comment concerning something that he himself was curious about. Yes, very devious, but Dimmy, don't you feel like Lord Mongrel behaved a bit out of character today? I mean, he practically called a respected Dreamscape veteran an idiot. With how noble, dignified, and chivalrous Mongrel usually is, Dimmy thought for a bit and then shook his head. You see, Sickles, I respected Mongrel before, but now I truly admire him. It takes a very talented fighter to quickly recognize a battle style. True, Mongrel's talented, but he is also wise. He smiled. Because it takes a very wise man to quickly recognize an idiot, and make no mistake, the guy is a complete buffoon, believe me. I have the misfortune of knowing him pretty well. I mean, only an idiot would end up with an alias like, what? No way. Right? Instantly, a deluge of comments flooded the chat. True, Mongrel is so wise, deadly, and handsome. How do you know that he's handsome, fool? He never takes off that creepy mask. You mean she is handsome? Wait, that doesn't sound right. Can someone ban that troll already? Dimmy is right. Only a complete idiot would end up with that alias. Why would an idiot like that even try to fight someone as wise as Lord Mongrel? Pugh. Oh, I remember where I've seen that weird alias. Sunny was preparing for his next duel when he suddenly remembered how he had entered the Dreamscape for the first time. Back then, he had almost ended up with the exact name after accidentally... Right here it is. After accidentally saying the word out loud. Luckily, it had already been taken. Otherwise, Sunny could have been called What No Wait himself. So that's the guy, poor fellow. No, that being called Mongrel was much better. Slightly amused, he sat down and circulated his essence through the coils of the Soul Serpent, aiming to replenish it completely before the next fight. He had a feeling that it wasn't going to be easy. He was right, none of his next 3 duels were easy, although for very different reasons. The second opponent he faced today was called Loaf. It was a young man with shoulder-length hair who wore a light armor, wielded a round shield with a spear. His techniques was impeccable, but the most dangerous thing about him was his speed. Loaf was fast, very fast, so fast, in fact, that Sunny could barely see some of his movements. The worst part was that his speed did not come from an aspect ability, but simply from skill, training, and incredibly precise essence control. He's goated? Really? He's that strong? And that's like dependent on his strength and not an aspect ability? Unlike Caster, who could move with insane speed constantly, the young man seemed deceptively slow until he chose to attack, at which point his weapons almost teleported from one place to another. Sunny only managed to resist because his enemy skillfully masked the movements of his body, but didn't think to mask the movements of his shadow. The smart thing to do, I think stream is crashing. Uh-oh. I think it's good. Yeah. Never mind, it's good. The smart thing to do was to kill the deadly opponent as fast as possible, but Sunny was utterly fascinated by the way Loaf used his soul essence, so he lingered trying to infer details of his technique from how the young men fought. That was why Loaf ended up being the first human to make Mongrel bleed. Oh, the first one to make him bleed after almost 1,000 wins. At some point, his spear slid between the breastplate of the mantle and one of the splinters sinking deep into Sunny's armpit. The pain was blinding, twisting the blade and then retreating to save himself from a retaliatory strike. Loaf glanced at the vibrant crimson liquid on his spear and smiled. So you're human after all. What a badass fucking line. So you're human after all. This fucking dude. Sunny suppressed the pain and tilted his head slightly. Am I? Then he dashed forward and went all out, aiming to end the fight as soon as possible. Not because he was done learning Loaf style, but because even the blood weave, he wasn't sure that he would be able to last long considering how serious his wound was. It's that bad. Thanks to his brutal battle with Caster, Sunny already knew how to deal with fast enemies, so in the end, neither speed nor incredible mastery of essence managed to save the young man from his blade. The deep wound disappeared as soon as Sunny returned to the Black Void. Interesting, very interesting. I have ways to go as far as controlling essence goes, it seems. The next duel could have been really, really tough, but ended up being only slightly torturous. His enemy this time was named Everrain. Everrain? Oh, Everrain. Why does that sound so familiar? Everrain, and possessed a powerful sorceress aspect and centered around the gravity of manipulation. Stream is healthy. It's excellent. Awesome. As soon as the fight started, it felt as though a mountain fell on his shoulders. Sunny was barely able to move, while his enemy masterfully weaved the effects of aspect abilities into an already swift and lethal combat technique, making for a truly deadly combination. Luckily, Sunny had Feather of Truth, which diminished the burden a little. More importantly, he had a rich experience dealing with the crushing, even though Everrain was able to make him sweat by manipulating gravity with admirable ingenuity. He was vicious in the end. Dude, Everrain, I've read that word before. Everrain. It's at the fucking... It's lingering at the tip of my tongue. I've seen that before. Everrain. The third duel, however, made him rethink a lot of things. I'm going insane. Where the fuck is Everrain from? I've read or watched something with that name. Ever... Where the fuck have I seen that? It's annoying me that I can't remember. Everrain. I don't see shit. I know that's from somewhere. Damn, I can't find anything. This time his enemy was a friendly looking guy with a funny alias. Businesser? Is this supposed to be like dinosaur? Dinosaur? Like just dinosaur, but the way you can say it instead of spelling it. Weirdly, he wore a simple garnet instead of armor and wielded no weapons. At first, Sunny thought that this was another sorcerer. However, he couldn't have been more wrong. As soon as the voice of the dreamscape announced at the start of the duel, his opponent changed. His muscles suddenly ballooned and shifted. I'm sorry, is this Luffy? He's going like gear 3, gear 4. His muscles suddenly ballooned and shifted, rippling through the simple clothes. His skin glistened, becoming covered by metallic scales, and he's using armament hockey. Becoming covered by metallic scales, his nails grew into terrifying talons, and his teeth turned into long, sharp fangs. Oh! In just a few moments, what faced Sunny was not a human, but a frightening hybrid creature upon that resembled a predatory humanoid lizard. A split second later, the creature was already upon him in a furious whirlwind of claws and teeth. However, while it looked like a nightmare creature and was as strong and fearsome as one, the hybrid fought with a measured technique of an experienced, cunning, battle-hardened brawler. The effect was nothing short of terrifying. The ability humans received after conquering the third nightmare. Furry detected. This dude conquered a third nightmare? The abilities humans received after conquering the third nightmare becoming transcendent was called a transformation ability. But not all transformation type abilities were meant only for saints. While extremely rare, some aspects manifested similar powers at earlier stages. Oh, Song Se Shan possessed an aspect like that as well. However, while Sunny knew that such a awakening existed, this was his first time facing one of battle, and what a battle it was. It was a really worthy of being the penultimate spectacle of the whole tournament. It was also the first fight where Sunny felt that he really might lose. The enemy was just too strong, ferocious, and overbearing, while also being skilled, intelligent, and subtle. Fighting him was like fighting a devil, or a demon at least. In fact, while Sunny had no idea, this was what their duel was being called on the network, the Battle of Two Demons. And one of these demons was bound to fall under the stunned gaze of numerous spectators, both these in Dreamscape and those watching by the broadcast of the screens of their communicators. Mongrel was pushed back by the rampaging monster, his dark gold jaw cheese sliding off the steel scales without leaving even a scratch on them. Nothing he did seemed to have an effect, but then something changed. At some point, the demonic swordsman dismissed his great blade and lunged into a violent, terrifyingly brutal hand-to-hand combat with the towering creature. Using his fists, legs, and even the horns of his mask to attack the enemy, his style changed, turning savage and vicious, indecisively deadly, and utterly ruthless. Those who followed Mongrel for a while and knew a fair share about combat were stunned to recognize that style. It was the same primal, devastating way of fighting of the Barrow of Wraiths had used during the recent Gate disaster. So Mongrel was able to learn from nightmare creatures as well. They picked up on that. What a terrifying thought. The uncompromisingly cruel brawl lasted for a dreadfully long time. In the end, both fighters were bloodied and broken, their bodies battered, but their murderous wills as sharp and unshaken as ever. Mongrel's onyx armor had cracked into... It actually fucking cracked. Mongrel's onyx armor had... Oh, I know it cracked within the dreamscape, but still it cracked. Mongrel's onyx armor had cracked in several places under the relenting assault of adamantine talons, but the hybrid scales were also shattered and torn. His movements slowed down more and more, and then unexpectedly it was all over. Mongrel had caught his enemy in an arm lock and then bent, straining with all his might. A loud crack could be heard in the deathly silence that had settled over the area a while back, and the creature's neck suddenly twisted in an unnatural angle. At first, people couldn't believe their eyes. Only when the massive body of the hybrid reptile shuddered and then turned into a flood of white sparks did they open their eyes wide and started screaming with shock, joy, and admiration. Swaying lightly, Sunny looked at the disappearing torrent, sparks, and grinned. One more left, gee, I wonder what I'll get this time. One more fight? Is that what it is? Timestamp. 1 sec. 1 sec, people. $12 minutes. Oh man, my back hurts. I'm not even gonna lie. Damn, I'm a little bit tired. I'm sorry. I'm not tired because I've been sitting for 3 hours. I'm tired because I was working on my car for most of the day. Change this. Let me yawn. This is a weird chapter title, by the way. Chapter 542 is called Polite, Reasonable Online Discussion. If only that's how life was online, you know? Sunny had received generous rewards for these 3 duels, well, for 2 of them at least. One was an ascended memory of the second tier, which was an arrow. Huh, okay. The second one was an ascended shield of the second tier. Both had pretty great enchantments, but he had no time to study them in detail. All he had determined was that the memories were good enough to not be fed to Saint. The third reward, though, was a bitter disappointment. It would have been rather amazing, actually, for anybody else. 100 soul shards, nonetheless. In the Waking World, this was a precious resource. Even lesser legacy clans would not scoff at that amount. Yeah, it's still a lot. But since Sunny couldn't claim it, he was left with nothing. Curses. His disappointment didn't last long, however. In the end, it didn't really matter. The real boon would surprise those in the second and first place would receive. And Sunny had already cemented his position in the final duel. The winner and runner-up was going to receive memories for Clan Valor's personal armory, and this was something every Awakened desired because the Great Clan was renowned not only for its knights, it was also famous for its forgers. Members of the Valor Clan often received aspects tied to forging and creation. Some of them could even create memories tailor-made for destroying nightmare creatures and conquering the dangerous expanses of the Dream Realm. Sunny doubted that they would put something really unique as a prize for public tournament, but anything for their vault was going to be precious. What's more, he had already enriched his mastery of Shadow Dance a lot, and the last 3 duels especially had pushed him even closer to grasping its second step. Now he felt as though it was almost within his reach, and I feel like it's going to happen after this final duel. So participating in a tournament was a pretty good idea. After all, I should really thank Rain. No, wait, she doesn't know that I am participating. Also, I am not participating in a tournament. Mongrel is. Damn, why is everything so convoluted? I should really rest for a bit. After the battle with Dinosaur, he wasn't in the best shape, but the fight was not something short of brutal. Even Sunny, who usually thrived in brutality, was a bit stunned by how violent it ended up being. His wounds had disappeared as soon as the duel ended, but the mental exhaustion remained. His essence was also really spent since this was how the Dreamscape functioned. Luckily, the organizers of the tournament were smart enough to not schedule the final fight anytime soon. Oh, they're going to give him a little bit of break. First, there would be the duel for the 3rd and 4th place, as well as some entertainment. He had hours to rest and recuperate. With a tired sigh, Sunny left the Dreamscape, climbed out of the pod, and went to make himself tasty dinner. While eating, Sunny studied his opponent. This year, the final duel was going to be a bit unusual, because both challengers were not powerful newcomers who entered the Dreamscape to win the tournament rewards, but habitual duelists. Well, if Monger could be considered one. He had heard about the woman he was going to face too, but not much. Who the fuck is this woman? Her alias... Oh, Queen Bee! Her alias was Queen Bee, and she was almost as enigmatic as Sunny himself. Unlike other popular duelists, she didn't broadcast or promote her fights, preferring instead to remain anonymous and under the radar. Shut the fuck up. I'm not even gonna say it. That shit would make zero fucking sense. I'm gonna shut up. It seemed as though she was only interested in dueling itself and nothing else. From what he knew, Queen Bee had never... Fuck. Wait. I'm gonna shut up. I'm getting hyped for no fucking reason. I'm gonna shut up. Queen Bee had never lost a duel. She was an undefeated champion of arenas. Why would someone that powerful hang out in an illusionary game? He had no idea. Maybe someone with a lot of free time that needs rest? No. He had no idea, but Sunny wasn't not one to judge, since he was also wasting his time there despite having better things to do. He had his reasons, so maybe she did too. Or maybe it was just a fun... I don't even want to read the comments, man. I don't even want to read it. No, I'm not going to say it. In any case, the network was full of theories about who Queen Bee might be. There was even a rumor that she was not human at all, but instead an artificial construct created to keep the players from reaching the top spot and to remind them to always strive for greater mastery, which was completely idiocy, of course, considering that the Dreamscape was not capable of emulating actual intelligence. If it was, Awakened would waste the time fighting each other and train against simulated nightmare creatures instead. But people believed what they wanted to believe, and people were also insane. What the hell? Sunny stared at the communicator with a weird expression. To no surprise whatsoever, Queen Bee had her own army of unreasonable fans, even though she didn't want any, and currently the ARM was engaged in an all-out war with Mongrel's own unwanted horde of followers. The network was bursting with venom and virtual produced by both sides. Lord Mongrel, that loser, puh, come back when he's King Mongrel. You tasteless dimwits. You fool, Mongrel has never claimed to be a lord. He would not want to be a king. Mongrel is one of us. He would be a conqueror. Commonplace. Want to follow a tyrannical monarch? Do it privately, you sheep. Who are you calling a sheep? You sheep. That shady Mongrel guy has literal horns, so think before you bleat. Guys, can we all come down? Why are we arguing? Isn't it obvious that Mongrel is Queen Bee? They're the same person. There won't be a duel. That guy is insane. Mongrel kind of compared to our noble Queen's left pinky. Queen's left pinky. Is she that strong? All she needs is the left pinky. That guy is whack. That pathetic wannabe princess can't compare to Honorable Lord Mongrel. Ridiculous. Well, at least we can agree that the previous commenter is an idiot. You're an idiot. I guess not. Sunny stared at the screen, his eyes twitching. After all, turned away. Humanity is a mistake. Maybe it's time to give someone else a chance. I hear mushrooms are a pretty neat species. Okay, yeah. Turning off the communicator, Sunny concentrated on devouring his food, even though all the nonsense had almost killed his appetite. Sunny's appetite, however, was as resilient as he himself was. Maybe even more. It was more or less impossible to kill. A few hours... No, there's no lag on my end. It says everything's still healthy. Condition says excellent. Maybe if you refresh it, Sunny? A few hours later, Sunny returned to the arena. It was time to end the spectacle and reap his rewards. However, first he had to defeat the strongest opponent yet. It's gonna be fine. I'll get a sweet memory either way. But winning would be much better. As soon as he appeared, the crowd cheered. Finale. Alright. Fuck, I gotta stretch. Hold up, man. Give me a minute to stand up. My fucking butt is actually sore. Just give me like 30 seconds. Ah! Give me a sec, team. Ugh. You want to see how? This is how I crack my back. You just put all my pressure on one side, on one leg, and just push yourself down, and it'll crack. Okay. This is what I need to do, just because I feel a little bit stiff and rigged. Give me a sec. Hold up, hold up. All right, here we go. We are going to lay down for this chapter. Chapter 543 is called Finale. All right. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Sunny almost flinched. The last duel of the tournament was different from all the rest. The courtyard had changed slightly, somehow becoming even more magnificent. The grandstands were extended with dozens of thousands of spectators crowding the stone seats. Their cheers blended into a deafening, excited roar that felt rhythmically like the sound of a turbulent sea. Rose petals were raining from above, covering the arena in a beautiful carpet. No matter how cynical Sunny wanted to be about the whole thing, it was hard to not feel his blood boil at this scene. He turned his head slightly, taking in the sight of the chanting crowd. Then his sight lingered for a moment on a tall tribune that loomed above the arena, decorated with vibrant vermilion banners of the great clan Valor. Since this was the final duel, very special people were going to spectate in it in person. Sunny easily recognized the creator of the dreamscape, who was dressed in ridiculously colorful silken robes and looked like a parrot that had taken a bath in a tub of face powder. He still couldn't believe that this gauntly clown was an actual saint. The person near him had to be the representative of Valor then. Sunny couldn't see much and just noted that it was a young woman with dark, wavy hair and alabaster skin. She wore an intricate suit of lustreless black armor and a red cape, which was the same color as the banner of her clan. Her sharp and austere appearance was in stark contrast with the Saint of Dreamscape. The tribune was too far away to see any details, but Sunny wasn't inclined to stare at a legacy from a great clan anyways. He was already uncomfortable knowing that she would be observing him fight. On the other hand, I better put up a good show. Who knows? Maybe if that girl likes it, I'll receive an extra good memory. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Sunny finally lowered his gaze and studied his opponent. Since Sunny knew that some of the best fighters of his generation had entertained the idea that he might have met the formidable Queen Bee outside of the dreamscape already, but no, she didn't seem familiar. The famous duelist was seemingly in her 30s. Oh. And even though the lower half of her face was hidden behind an elegant half mask, he was sure that he had never seen her before. She stood calmly in the center of the arena as if not affected by the cheering crowd and estimated guests in the audience at all. From just one glance, Sunny knew that he was looking at a combat master. Everything about the regal woman spoke of silk, grace, and resolve. She wore a light metal armor and wielded a slender stoic, its blade long and sharp. It was a strange serenity about her that somehow seemed simultaneously alien and familiar. Clarity, this is... Okay. Chill. Sunny, fucking chill. What do you mean? That's exactly what I was thinking right now. I was like, is this a setup for something? Clarity, this is the same vibe Neff sometimes gave off. And indeed, it was the same type of clarity that Nephis and Sunny himself possessed. But while changes to Star was sharp and inevitable like a striking sword, Queen Bee was not. On the contrary, she seemed deceptively placid. What a weird contradiction. The woman studied him too, allowing Sunny to look her in the eyes. They weren't blue, gray, green, or even purple, and instead it seemed to shift from one color to another, as if reflecting her mood. The strangest thing about them, though, was that those weren't the eyes of a killer. Sunny knew how to recognize one because he was a killer himself. He suppressed the desire to scratch the back of his head. Huh. Combat master, but not a killer. Don't tell me that this is really just her hobby. It's just a hobby. What kind of hobby was that? In any case, it was going to make things a little bit easier for him. Sure, Queen Bee might have been a prodigal duelist. She wouldn't have gotten to the final of the tournament otherwise. But without the killing instinct, defeating someone like Sunny wouldn't be nearly impossible. Okay, he's hyping himself up too much. For him, combat was not something interesting or engaging. It was not something he did for fun, or even his profession. It was simply his life. God of War was not called the God of Life for nothing. Life was a constant, brutal struggle, and Sunny knew it better than most. That was why he was such a vicious and cruel fighter, never missing out on the tiniest chances to destroy his enemy. That was not to say that the duel was going to be easy, killer or not. Queen Bee was still a fearsome opponent. With a sigh, he summoned the Black Odachi, put its blade on his shoulder, and walked forward. The trumpet sang, and their voices of the dreamscape announced the names of the fighters. Lunging into a solemn speech afterwards, Sunny didn't listen to any of the simply approaching the middle of the arena, then hesitated to perform a small, awkward bow towards the graceful woman. He wasn't a courteous person, but in this situation, bowing seemed somewhat appropriate. Queen Bee looked at him calmly and nodded lightly, then she raised her stoic into position. This is going to be tricky. Chill out, Kratos might crash this tournament. Oh, he might just come in. There's someone call me. That'd be funny. This is going to be tricky. He side gripped the hilt of the Soul Serpent and lunged into the lightning fast attack. What was the point of wasting time? True. Sunny was trying to overwhelm his opponent into one fell swoop, but of course he fell. The long blade of the slender stoic flew with incredible speed, preventing him from approaching Queen Bee to deliver a single strike. For a few seconds, nothing but ringing of steel could be heard above the arena. Even the audience grew quiet, looking at the incredible fight with bated breath. Unlike the previous duels, there was nothing flashy or particularly spectacular about this one. It wasn't as brutal as the battle between mongrel and fearsome shapeshifter dinosaur, nor was it as strange and exciting as his fight against the gravity sorcerer Everrain. There were no fascinating aspect abilities flying around, instead it was all about skill, steel, and technique. However, people who knew even a little bit about combat couldn't take their eyes off the intense confrontation. Every strike, every block, every step the fighters took was full of flawless precision, insight, and clear resolve. This was a battle of two masters, and thus it was much more thrilling and breathtaking than anything else they had seen in the tournament. Sunny, however, was having much less fun than the audience. In fact, he wasn't having any. What the hell is going on? Bro, what are you doing? Stop handicapping yourself and upgrade yourself. Use your true potential, dude. Let me change the music. I'll play this one. Let me play Un Vie a Tamie. Instrumental battle theme. Play this one. Are you guys ready for this chapter? Chapter 500. I don't know if the song fits. Hold up. We'll check it out right now. I think it fits. Chapter 544. Let's see if the fight ends with this one or not. It's called Glory to the Victor. Something was very, very wrong with this duel. He had noticed it almost instantly, but couldn't do anything to prevent the whole fight from going sideways. In fact, although it seemed as though he was holding his own and even advancing on the Regal Queen, Finn was actually scrabbling to save his life every second. This woman was just too weird. There was something wrong with her shadow, not the harrowing, unnatural kind of the wrong that he had felt before in the dream realm, but a very mundane kind of wrong which nevertheless threw him for a loop. It was as though there was a slight disconnect between how the shadow moved and how the woman casting it moved. More than that, although Sunny watched Queen Bee's movements and footwork carefully to predict her next attacks and react to them, each time he was ending up being slightly mistaken. Even if he misplaced his sword by a centimeter, it was already enough to mess up the whole cadence of the fight and allowed his enemy to bypass his defenses. How is she doing this? He had to find the answer very soon, because every second that passed could potentially lead to his loss. Sunny tried to deflect an incoming thrust, but it missed it by a few millimeters once again. As a result, the swift stoic slid past the blade of the Soul Serpent and stunned him in the chest, sending a tremor running through his entire body. The mantle of the underworld protected him, but Sunny wasn't deceived. Queen Bee was just measuring him, learning his patterns just like he was learning hers. When she achieved a sufficient level of understanding, the next attack would pierce his neck instead of ricocheting off his armor like hell. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly changed his style, summoning the domineering technique of Dar of Maharo's clan and applying it to the Odachi. He was already losing the slender stoic from speed, so turning the Soul Serpent into a heavy great mace was not the best choice. So Sunny just made adjustments to the battle style on the fly. But just as he shifted to another style, Queen Bee did the same. Oh, what the fuck? They both changed their styles on the fly. Queen Bee did the same, suddenly transforming her technique into a completely new one. Damn. They continued to fight, moving swiftly across the arena as their swords clashed against each other. Sunny was at a disadvantage, which was the only growing larger and larger at the seconds passed. Both fighters were proficient in various styles and could switch from one to another almost instantly, with which made the duel especially thrilling. The audience was going crazy, Sunny was going crazy too, but for an entirely different reason. Think. Facing an enemy like this was a golden opportunity to enhance his comprehension of Shadow Dance. But to do that, his first step had to understand what exactly Queen Bee was doing. What was her shadow? Why was her shadow behaving so strangely? Why was he always mistaken when judging the precise placements of her attacks? At some point, Sunny almost slid of the damn rose petals. Really? He almost slid on that? Sunny almost slid on the damn rose petals that littered the arena and only barely managed to keep his balance, dodging the tip of the stoic at the last second. Curses damn things. Whose bright idea was it to fill the damned arena with trash? In fact, it was a miracle that neither of the two duelists had suffered from treacherous footings already. A miracle? Wait, a miracle. Dodging another lethal strike, he shifted from balance technique to defense and glanced at Queen Bee's feet again. From start to finish, she had not been bothered by the rose petals once. Maybe that's a hint to her? And now that he paid attention to it, his eyes widened. Am I seeing things? No, he isn't. Not only did his graceful opponent avoid losing her footing on the slippery petals, but none of them were also crushed under her armored boots. So she's not making contact? It was almost as if she was already hovering a few millimeters above the ground without actually touching it. No, not almost. That was exactly what was happening. Such a small difference was very hard to notice, but it explained why the angle of how Queen Bee's shadows hit the ground was ever so slightly wrong, and why Sunny... I'm sorry, she's not touching the ground? Was ever so slightly wrong, and why Sunny was already misjudging her attacks a tiny bit. A few millimeters was a very minuscule amount, but in a battle as precise as calculators theirs, it made a huge difference at all. Hell, was he right? There was only one way to find out. Sunny couldn't fight for a few seconds. Thinking carefully, he didn't correct this mistake, knowing that gave away his new understanding of Queen Bee's aspect ability. If it was an ability, this would be a wrong move. Instead, he had to construct a trap and end the fight with it. But trapping someone as skilled as talented as his current opponent was not easy. In fact, deceiving someone who had clarity was a very tall task. Luckily, Sunny was a skilled fighter himself, but better yet, he was an even more talented deceiver. So he continued to pretend and prepare his ambush, all the while greedily absorbing his enemy's techniques. Now he knew the secret, he could see it much more clearly. At some point in the duel, Monger seemed to finally make a mistake. He once again misjudged Queen Bee's intention and threw his blade too low, allowing the stoic to slid above it and flash towards his throat. However, it never hit its mark. Instead of piercing Monger's neck, the slender blade simply left a deep cup on his skin. Because at the last moment, the demonic swordsman moved ever so slightly to his left, and then almost instantly dashed forward. The Dark Odachi hissed as it cut the air, and the figure in black armor moved past the graceful woman in light armor, stopping a couple of steps behind her, feeling a stinging pain radiating from the shallow wound on his neck. Sunny sighed and lowered the soul serpent. Behind him, Queen Bee swayed lightly, and then fell into a torrent of white sparks. We killed her? For a couple of seconds, the magnificent courtyard was silent, and then it became filled with deafening cheers from the crowd. Sunny looked at the celebrating spectators, breathing heavily. Did I really do it? Did I win? As if to answer his thought, the voice of the dreamscape announced, Challenger Queen Bee was eliminated. Glory to the victor. The champion of the annual Dream Tournament is, however, the pleasant voice was drowned by the chanting of the crowd. Mongrel, Mongrel, Mongrel. Oh, that's so fucking cool. MC won the Discord mod. What do you mean the Discord mod? Let's do one more chapter. Let's do one more chapter and we'll wrap it up. This is gonna be our last chapter. 32. This is gonna be our last chapter. Just so I can go spend time with my dog. I knew Lord Mongrel would win. Me too, man. I had a hunch. I had a hunch. Let's change the music. Change the music. Oh, that sounds high. Wait, one sec. Mrs. calling. One sec. Ugh. That was a long call. It felt like a long call. I was helping out with the missus with some stuff. I'm like, no, push this button. No, now do this. I'm like, no, now do this. I'm like, ugh. So this, I think this is gonna be my last. Yeah, this is definitely my last chapter. After that phone call, I need a recharge. Let's finish strong. Let's finish strong, my brothers and sisters. And if there's any artwork, please send it on the Discord, and we can quickly peek at it after. So let's try this again. I forgot where I'm at, but chapter 545. The last chapter for today is called Mongrel Victorious. Sunny swayed slightly and thrust the soul serpent into the ground, leaned on it for support. His breath was labored and ragged. The wound on his neck had already disappeared. Yes, there's a bit of artwork. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. The wound on his neck had already disappeared, but drops of crimson blood remained on the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. All around him, the crowd was going crazy. Mongrel, mongrel, mongrel. Damn, that's hype. The fight against the noble queen had not been as savage and bloody as some of his previous ones had been, but it had been incomparably harder. Even though each one of the fighters had only managed to land one strike, the mental strain on his physical effort to duel had required of them was nothing short of tremendous. Facing a true battle master was a tough trial. Sen was completely spent, but more than that, he was also bitter and full of fury. Damnation, I almost had it. Not paying the crowd any attention, is he talking about his shadow step? Not paying the crowd any attention, he closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on the dissipating sensation he felt during the last seconds of the intense battle against the undefeated champion of the Dreamscape. During their fight, after grasping the secret of the elusive queen, he had come close to making a breakthrough in his mastery of the Shadow Dance. It had been so close that Sunny could practically see it, but in the end, he failed to make the last step. There was an invisible obstacle in his way that had pushed him back, one that he didn't know how to overcome. Something was still missing. All the styles he had absorbed created a vast and solid foundation, but it was not enough. At this point, he knew that the problem was not quantity. He had already done the groundwork. Then what? What did he need to do to bring this stage of the Shadow Dance to completion, find the unifying element, face even more formidable opponents? Then he didn't know what made him extremely frustrated. However, he didn't receive any time to savor his frustrations or consider the issue deeper, because the thundering voice suddenly drowned out the roar of the crowd. Suddenly needs more. Definitely not that. Extremely frustrating roar of the crowd. Upon the central tribune, the saint of the Dreamscape had risen from their seat and was now looking down with a brilliant smile, already in the middle of an excited speech. Right, I won. I am to receive my reward. That's it. That was the speech. Sunny grinned behind the mask and straightened light of the Odachi, putting it back on his shoulder. The reward wasn't this why he had entered the tournament in the first place, and now it was finally time to reap. The saint was going on and on, showering Sunny with praise. Glory, marvelous, duty of the awakened, true warrior, bravery, courage, future of humanity. Gods, can you just get to the point? Sunny didn't care about the nonsense. All he wanted to do was receive his prize and disappear. However, he had to stand in the middle of the arena like the world's most fearsome scarecrow and endure the endless barrage of flowery words flowing from the grandiloque saint's mouth for a while. This Gaia woman, this person really likes the sound of their voice, huh? At least it gave him a chance to recover. After something that felt like an eternity, the saint was finally finished with their long speech and gestured at the representative of valor. Personally reward the winner. As the crowd applauded, the young woman in the black armor stood up and approached the participant of the tribune. Then they smiled at the audience and looked down at Sunny. Suddenly, he felt a small shiver run down his spine. Why? The young woman was smiling in a friendly manner, but her eyes were as cold as sharp as the swords. There were also a strange, vibrant color, bright red, the same as full lips and vermilion cape. With her alabaster skin, the raven black hair, she looked both beautiful and daunting, like a lethal blade. Who is this? The pressure she exerted couldn't be felt even from where Sunny stood, a master. The young woman spoke. Her raspy voice easily reached all across the arena. It sounded friendly enough as well as strangely familiar for some reason. I am Ascended Morgan of Clan Valor. Congratulations, warrior. Ah, what a splendid duel it was. You truly are a worthy winner. Morgan? Ascended Morgan. Do we know this name? Sunny stared at her for a moment, then bowed his head slightly and expressed his respect while pretending to. Smiling in response, Morgan of Valor continued, and you are truly worthy of wielding a memory forged by the smiths of the great clan Valor. In fact, your remarkable skill brought me so much joy that I have decided to gift you one of my personal ornaments. Jack fucking pot indeed, Sunny. The thing Sunny had hoped would happen did indeed happen. Ascended Morgan seemed to be in a very good mood. Whatever it was that the master of one of the greatest clans had in her arsenal was bound to be good. I swear if it's useless. The young woman waited for the excited cheers of the crowd to quiet down and looked at him with a curious smile. Tell me, what do you wish to receive? A weapon? Yes, a weapon would be great. Sunny started to smile, but then suddenly his eyes twitched. Crap. Fuck. Shit. Oh, he has to lie. Yes, a weapon would be great. Sunny started to smile, but then suddenly his eyes widened. Crap. And before he can think of a crafty lie, the flaw forced an answer out of his mouth. No! Crap, crap, curse it. God damn. This motherfucker. What? Oh my god. He should have taken off the fucking mask and wore a fucking trash bag. Like, oh. And then he can, like, hide his face, right? And he can still get his shit and tell the truth. Crap, crap, cursed. Morgan of Valor tilted her head a little. A suit of armor, then. Or maybe a powerful charm. Yes, yes. Both would be good. Sunny gritted his teeth, but the result was inevitable. He had no choice but to answer in a hollow voice. Neither. The yeoman laughed. Really? Maybe you would want to receive an echo. And then, oh no. This fucking dude. Oh no. Mongrel remained silent for several seconds, then answered, I do not. This fuck. Son of a bitch. Sunny was on the verge of shedding bloody tears. How had it all gone so wrong so fast? Master. Morgan studied him for a bit and then leaned on the carpet and asked in an amused voice, really? What do you want then? She's like, what the fuck does this dude want? Sunny panicked. He obviously wanted to receive one of the rewards she had mentioned, but it was precisely because he did what Weaver's Mask would not allow him to say. He scrambled to salvage the situation and get at least something out of his disaster. Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in his mind. No way! And then in front of countless thousands of people, Mongrel said something shocking. You ascended, Morgan. I want to duel you. Holy shit. This is better than anything. He is lit. Oh my god. I am leaving you guys on such a bitch cliffhanger, huh? Oh no. I am sorry. Ah, shit. Timestamp. 39 minutes. 56 seconds. Literally, bro. That's literally what just happened. We just unlocked the secret boss fight. Overall thoughts. I'm doing overall thoughts. I am sorry to leave you guys on this cliffhanger. But we just got off the phone with the missus. I know. Stream is tomorrow, and the VOD will be 24 hours from today. I plan to stream tomorrow if I can. I'll try and do it early. If not, I'll be in the afternoon. I know, I'm sorry. Either you guys have to wait 24 hours. No, either you guys have to wait 12 hours or 20 hours. But I'll try and do my best to stream tomorrow. I'm sorry. I gotta leave you guys on the cliffhanger. You know, I gotta anticipate. I gotta keep you guys anticipating for the next video. It's gonna work, all right? Now you guys are excited for the next video. Now you guys can feel what the people watching the VODs are feeling. You know, hey, they waited 3 days for this video. They waited Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for this. You guys only gotta wait like a day. So you guys technically only have to wait 24 hours versus 72 hours. So it technically is you guys got the better deal watching this live with me. But we unlocked the fucking secret boss fight. Hold up. Fair indeed, my brothers and sisters. Let me open up Discord. There's artwork. So we're actually gonna fight her. Ain't no fucking way. And you know what's gonna be crazy? When we fight her, we will truly reach like we're gonna master the second shadow step. I feel it. I can feel it in my core. Sunny after the dreamscape. Let me go full screen. Not full screen. We need to go to chat. I lied. We do not need to go to chat. We need to go to watch. I keep forgetting to turn off my opacity, so that's why you can see this in the background. I've just been kind of lazy to adjust the screen because right now I've been doing it for the anime reacts. But you know what? I think we can fix it. One sec. Okay, that's better. That's better. So this was Sunny after the dreamscape. Damn, he looks so fucking cool. And his hair looks longer right here. So this is the ancient forest. Damn, that looks fucking sick, dude. Some cool ass artwork. So this is what we read in the beginning of today's stream. This is what we read. Oh, you can see the sniper dude in the background, maybe? Who is this? I assume this is Sunny, Rain, and Mongrel? Like, those are his personas? Tournament Arena Bastion is down here. Whoa, what the fuck? Dude, it's crazy how badass his armor looks, bro. And then when he fucking wields the Odachi, it looks so sick. It's so fucking impressive. Tournament Arena Bastion. Damn, this looks nice. So this is where they fought in this whole bottom area. So this is Bastion. This is the castle. This is cool until you see Sunny wearing those bulky boots. Was he wearing bulky boots? I like them. I like his boots. They look cool. What's this down here? Was this animated? Was I tripping out? I could have sworn I thought it was animated. Look at her peeking. That looks kind of fucking scary, dude, when you look at it like that. Is that spoiler? Oh, we got a lot of Cassie artwork today. Oh, this one's beautiful. She looks fucking creepy in this one. Like, what's she looking at, bro? Oh, is this Morgan? Damn, that's gonna be a good fucking fight, huh? Oh, it's gonna be a good fight. Oh, it's gonna be a good fight. Damn, look at that. The fucking red cape. The alluring red eyes, red cape. Damn, that one's fucking sick. This is good, man. Oh, she gets a cat? Does she get a cat? Is that a fucking torch? What is that? This is cool. This is her wearing like her casual wear. That's pretty cool. Yo, Morgan, though. This character looks really fucking cool. She almost kind of reminds me of Nephis with her long silver hair. I wouldn't even be shocked if they're like relatives in some way. But this is gonna be the craziest shit, man. And the next read-through / reaction, he's going to master his second shadow step when he fights her. When he fights her, he's gonna see something through the fucking strings of fate, right? When he's wearing Weaver's mask, he's gonna be able to see and transcend and master his second shadow step. It's gonna be so fucking beautiful. Shadow dance, the second shadow dance, my bad. It's gonna be so fucking awesome and rewarding. I am excited. I am ready. And as I say I am ready to head out. I need to start uploading these videos. I gotta make sure these videos are gonna be on time for all of you beautiful people. I will let you go. I'm right when I say this. I will see you guys tomorrow. As in, I will see the people watching the live stream tomorrow, and the people watching the VOD, I will also see you tomorrow. Luckily, tomorrow, for both live stream viewers and VOD viewers, we will be wearing a new shirt, we will be showered, we will be recovered. We'll be good. So remember, past easy is present easy. From your perspective is technically past easy. Talking about future easy. Talking about the future reacts. I am ready. I am excited. I love you all. I'll see you all very, very soon. And we will be, you're going to undergo an awakening. We will be undergoing our awakening. We're going to shower. We're going to sleep. We're going to transcend on our awakening. And I will see you guys all tomorrow for both live streamers and VOD viewers. Peace. Have a beautiful, amazing day. And if you want to see more Shadow Slave greatness, please make sure to love. You can love the video, yeah, in a very friendly way. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Have a good day. And let me know who your favorite character was so far in the Dream Tournament. Because I'm already liking this character. She fucking badass. Peace out, my brothers and sisters. Whoa! Whoa! Cowgirl swimsuit jet? Get the fuck out of here. I can't show this on screen. This one's a little too spicy. I'ma view that one myself. But damn, join the Discord if you want to see that one. Holy. Wow, she is gorgeous. I think she's the best looking female character in Shadow Slave. Oh my god. Alright, love you all. Peace. Have a beautiful, amazing day.